Hello, good afternoon, welcome. I'm Wormside2146. It's Thursday, the 9th of February 2023. We return to our modded Factorio run today. Back in the factory. Hello, Vineda. Good afternoon to you. Hope you're doing well today. Plan for today, continue moving our initial base into our new grid of square train-based stuff. I don't think we'll make it back to like the technological progression and the development in space that we know is coming up. I think we've still got a long way to go tidying things, so we'll continue that today. Made good progress in the last session. At this point we've got power, we've got fuel for our trains, we've got a little depot for them to sit in, we've got some initial stuff set up, iron is being smelted within the grid, and we've almost got copper up, so to begin with it will be continuing those basic materials: stone brick, steel, glass, silicon, sulfur, plastic, just a few more things to do. Then we'll move the actual production of things into the train grid. And when all that's reorganised and sorted, we'll be able to progress, setting up research up in space in order to like unlock more stuff and see what comes. But I'm having fun with trains, I always do. I like trains, so we'll continue working on that basis to begin with. Let's hop back in. Been sitting and waiting patiently. Oh, sorry, you should have let me know. I could have gone live at even earlier. Probably couldn't, but still. Nice to see you. Hope you have a nice chill one again for as long as you need it. Let's clear out a bit of space here. What was the plan? Hello, Aki. Nice to see you. Hope you're well today as well. Having a good one. I was going to do underneath, wasn't I? Yeah, so we're going to send them round and under and smelt them down here, so we'll figure out what's in the way of that route. Work out how we can do that. Good. Yeah, new playlist. I've kind of had enough of or perhaps burnt out on the pre-made ones that Epidemic give. So I've been putting a few things together. And this is all just like metal and rock music, which we'll give a go. Can I turn it down a little? I can, yes. If it's a bit high. How's that? Oh, we've got some patches of water. Don't have landfill on me. We'll need to bring some back next time we're over. I missed some. No big deal. That's okay. It can be a bit hard for me to balance because what I hear in my ears is not what you hear your end, so it is very possible for it to be wrong. Try and balance it with the game and stuff, but it's not always right. Oh, you like the electronic music more? Yeah, I remember. It's not. I like a lot of different genres in general, but now that I'm doing the futuristic Anno, I'll be listening to a lot of electronic music with that. So, kind of wanted something different for Factorio. I don't know. It doesn't necessarily have to be this. Try something else next time, anyway. We still need to bring these together. See, there's a couple of things that I looked at between sessions. One is about balancers and how important they are, which is to say not very important, but they still have a place, which we need to deal with here. And the other was referencing the grid. It's like the number based thing I did before. I'm not a huge fan of it. It worked, but not great. The the best option I can come up with is like a normal grid reference system, you know, letter then number, but we just assume we're somewhere near the middle to begin with, and then hope we have space to go in every direction around. So instead of square 1, this would be best being something like M50, and then we have enough numbers and letters to go in both directions. So if I change that to M50 north, this will be M50 east. I need to do all of these. Copy, paste I can't from here. We'll do that next time we fly past. Now that means NO, this is 049. West, yep, good. Then, what else are we using? This one here, so that's going to be, don't know my alphabet that well. K, KLM, yeah, K50 east, there we go. Making that K51 east. Good, that's like a better way to reference them, that I won't get confused as we grow out, provided we don't like go so far west that we go below A. But we'll see how that goes. Should be plenty of space. And yeah, I'll copy them over when we fly over. So that is just a little thing I'm not happy with last time. And the other is the balancers, which it's a bit complicated really. What we did here with the iron is like overkill. It's in the middle of the two options. So one option, if you've got, let's say 4 lines, that's an easy one to work with. You can just put a bunch of splitters, like that and back again, for example. That way every line can feed into every other line. So if something is on the inside, it can go through these splitters, get pushed between different lines, and ultimately end up on any other line. This works perfectly fine if you're always backlogged. So if the amount of stuff coming through is always sat on the belt like this is fine. It will move stuff to the other lines. As individual ones get backlogged, they all get forced over. No big deal. The like splitter design that we've used and you see commonly everywhere, which is like this. This balances evenly on the output. So if you put just one line in the right hand side, you get 4 quarter lines coming out the left hand side. If you put 2 lines in the right hand side, you get 4 half lines coming out the other side. And that is relevant when you don't backlog. So if your goods never fill back in across them, then it's good to do this, because then every output is getting an equal share. So where you have multiple lines of smelting, each one will be using the same amount. So this is only really the best thing to do if you don't have complete inputs, or if you don't have more than complete inputs. So if you've got 100% of 4 lines coming in and 100% of 4 lines being consumed, this is what you should do. If it's less than 100% coming in, this is what you should do. If it's more than 100% coming in, this is pointless. And if it's less than 100% being consumed, this is pointless. A little more on the music, no problem. We'll turn it right down a bit. No problem. So it's like I say, it's complicated and not, I guess, not terribly important actually in the end what the deal is. So we have designed, in theory, for all of this to be consumed, but it involves some rounding up. We've created 8 lines and there's actually 7.8 lines. And we've got, I don't know, whatever we've created. 8 lines in, yeah. So the amount we should be consuming, if we pulled all of the outputs perfectly, then these last machines wouldn't actually get used, because it's not 8 lines, it's 7.8 lines. And in that case, a balancer would be better, like this, because it would ensure every line gets the same amount. And what you won't end up with is your top line getting 110% and your next line getting 90%, because they're all evenly balanced. So this would be the right thing to do because we're rounding up. However, our output is backlogged. These warehouses get full, the output backs up, that causes the input to back up, and once the input comes backed up through a balancer, it's not doing anything anymore, it's not helping you. So you don't just need your inputs to be balanced and your smelting to be right, the consumption of the iron would need to be 100% as well, which means it's just not relevant. It's never going to be 100% consumption of iron. Well, the volume is fun. Yeah, it does vary. Of course, like on personal taste and stuff. Like Akiz really wants to focus on the complicated stuff we talk about, so like the wrong kind of music is going to interfere with that. I can understand that completely, because you know I'm the same. If people are playing music I don't get along with. But yeah, it is interesting. Here for the voice. Yeah, which is fine. You know, I might tone it up again later if we're doing something a bit more mindless, or you know I might change it later if I don't like the music or whatever. You know, it's flexible. So like in terms of what to do here, I'm not against what we did before, though like I say I think it's a bit overkill. I think we just bring them all down, so let's bring them together. Trying to reduce the number of lines here to 7. We've got 9, so if we're starting there, well let's start there. And then like that. They can all go into each other and we can encourage them down with priorities, which again probably not going to be necessary, but it won't hurt. Then cut that out and do it again for like, do it again because it creates an extra opportunity. It's unnecessary, but it creates an extra opportunity if they're flowing, which I like. Like I say, if most of it's irrelevant, then it doesn't really matter what we do. I can do whatever I feel like, whatever I like the look of. We'll stop that line there and that line there, and then we'll end up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines. So there will come a point where, with the iron for example, we actually do start taking away by rail enough that the output from the smelting is in constant motion. And when that becomes the issue, like when that becomes the case, this input ought to be balanced. So by the time I think we've expanded to that level, we will have come back and redone everything that's there anyway, because we'll want enrichment or whatever it's called. So I don't think it's really something to worry about ever. There is like a correct thing to do, but as with most of the way I play the game, I don't really care what the correct thing is. We'll get close enough. Have I cleaned the camera lens? Looks sharper. No. Not done anything. Could be the light. As in... Yeah, I don't know. It is hella sunny. And that's something that changes every day, I guess, can make it look a bit different. And something I'm not great at. I don't want to like shut this door, which keeps the sun out. You can see the side of my face goes a bit darker. But then the room heats up really quick, so I like to leave it a little bit open. Just to the point where it doesn't create any glare on the screens. And yeah, hi Mondo, nice to see you. We can do a copy paste of these now, can't we? Speed this up a bit. I'm not so fussed about the sun coming up and down. It's that every day it comes up and down at a different time. There was a point where at 2 o'clock I just had to shut the door like a certain amount and it created the right lighting. But every day, like where I need to shut the door changes, which, you know what I'm like, I don't like it when things change. I like the routine. The scroll is still lost in the cookie dough. Oh dear. Oh dear. Can't you appease the Grandmaster to come and fix your scroll wheel? Or is the Grandma Apocalypse still ongoing? Right, let's do a copy paste here. So we've got 8 lines here, but we're going to have 7 of copper, so that will change it a bit. Change how we do the output on the bottom one, I guess. We'll see how that goes. I'm going to copy all of them except the last one. And probably we're going to do that belt different, so we won't copy that bottom belt either. Still a thing. Okay, how does this fit? Looks okay. It's a bit like it's going to be a bit close to the rail on the right hand side. So we want it as far back as we can. That's a bit close to the field, so I'd like to come one away. That's probably where it has to go. I don't think we can go there because we won't get the lines underneath without moving them back to begin with. Let's try there. How's that? No, that's no good. It's too close on the front because we need to fit the warehouses in here. Needs to move further left. It's going to be necessary, unfortunately. In which case, let's put some guidelines in there. We can move it all over like 1 square to the left, or even 2 squares to the left if need be, I guess. Want to get to 100 septillion before ascending. Okay, fair enough. How many ascensions have you done already? I guess the first one wouldn't be at septillions, it would be at like billions. 2 so far. Interesting. Whenever you want. Fair enough. I mean, this far back would be good. Create plenty of space at the front. But that's a bit far, I think. There is where I want to go. Yeah, it creates just enough room at the front, and we can move this over. Going to end up with a lot of copper in our backpacks, but we can move this over, so that'll end up there and then there. Need an extra line of poles. Right, the later you leave it, the more points you get to upgrade with here. Makes sense. I've not cookie clicked much, but I have played other idle games inspired by Cookie Clicker. Used to love clicking the cookies. It is good. Like, it's popular, and for obvious reasons it is enjoyable. Yeah, until you break something, definitely, yeah. Need a sturdy mouse to click that many cookies. I need somewhere to put all this copper ore that I'm scooping up because I'm rearranging. That's a good idea. Map your guitar input to click automatically. It's been done, right? You know, people have played Dark Souls with a guitar or whatever, I'm sure. Why is there no copper on those two lines on the left? What have I done wrong? Oh, I just haven't built a few bits in. There we go. Okay, there we go. That's sorted out. Start plugging it in as well. Looks like I will have enough belt on me to do this, which is nice. Maybe not to fill all the bits in here, but we need to go back and get the actual smelting buildings anyway, so no big deal. This output line is the one we need to add in because it's different. Go. Then yeah, we're just going to need to configure some of these inserters to use the inside of the line and some to use the outside. We can go half and half. This is the halfway point where I am now. They're going to be, let's say, on the inside. Good. A lot of the songs on this playlist are not well balanced with each other. Some are a bit quiet and some a bit too loud from the sounds of it. No big deal. Just a bit of background noise so I don't fall asleep. That's what I was talking about. It's all good. Okay, so we're going to need to go back, get more belt. Well, I wonder if we've got enough inserters to do all these before we go. Guitar time. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. No, I've not got I hear mixed things about 7TV, and I prefer to avoid it just in case any of it's true. Oh, got an inserter missing. That mean we're missing an inserter here? Yes, it does. Let's get that ghost in, then next time we fly over there maybe we'll be able to build it. Weird. Missing one in the middle of nowhere. Running out of inserters now. Looks like we didn't quite have enough. What about splitters? Might have enough of them. It's fine. Yeah. Be right down the end here for the splitters. That's all good. We need more belt, more inserters. Top up on the other things, and we need to bring over the 252 smelting machines. Let's fly back to base and do that. On the way, rename those train stops. Don't forget to do that. Using FFZ, and that includes interesting 7TV emotes. Interesting. I don't know. I think BTTV's got enough emotes to deal with. Don't need to be learning even more. Can I just... yeah, that'll get us renamed properly. Well left out. Yeah, it's fair enough. Especially some of the big streams where like they're using every single extension and what have you. It doesn't feel good to not have all of them. To understand what people are on about. Oh, Shrek movie emotes, yeah. Okay, let's get rid of this stone while we're down here and then refill on everything. That's all good. Oh, there we go. You got a different guitar one. Yeah, that's what I mean. There's plenty of emotes around. Except here on my channel, which I do need to get a move on with. I need to talk to someone. I need to talk to... Dougie would be a good person to talk to. Get me some emotes done. Or maybe a GUI. Or maybe any of the dozen people we know who do good emotes. Just talking to any of them would probably be good. Yeah, Dougie does good art. I like Dougie art. Blue inserters, that's what I need. They're over here somewhere. That'll probably be enough. Don't know. Oh, they're around. I mean, they've been around here in the channel. Smelters are not there. Where are smelters? Here are smelters. 250 and a bit, right? Something like that. Let's just take some spares in case I got that wrong. Figure out. Yeah, no, it's no big deal. I'm sure. What else do I need? I need loaders, and we need to make some warehouses too, to make the train station. More warehouses. Loaders are not made quick. The hold up is red. infrastructure going full speed, so that's just how fast we have it set up. We could use what's over here to speed things up, given that we're not actually using it for what it was originally made for. We get them over there somehow. There's already an underground there. Okay, we'll come out here then. Am I going? Up here. I'll do something, I'm sure. I've only taken the 2 machines. But that's fine, that's all good. That will speed up the speed loaders are being made. The warehouses, I wonder if we should set up some permanent production of them. Very, very slow, but we could throw it down here. Perhaps. Somehow. We are going to need tons of warehouses for different train stops. Put that there and another one there. It's not great. We need steel into both. How about... No, it's not really enough space here. Although we're not really using this wood for much, are we? So let's take that away. Reconnect the water. Gonna need a bit of underground for that. No, still not a good spot there. There and there, maybe? Yeah, that'll be for the warehouse. This will be for steel beams. Bring the steel over here. That. Also have some concrete there, I guess, when this all backs up, if it all backs up. Just need the output. Like going in there and out into there. Like I said, it's going to be very, very slow. I'm not sure we need to limit it or anything. That's fine. And then for now, let's make the 6 we're after. .600 steel and then 300 steel beams, which will be the hard one. There you go. It's 2 of them. Remember us having steel beams over the other side as well that I can go scoop up to. Make another couple. Back over we go. Just a few more beams. There we go. Should be enough of everything to go finish off copper, so we'll go do that. Then we'll need to find a good spot for stone. We'll want to both smelt it into stone bricks, and we need raw stone as well. And at some point I guess we'll need wood as well, but that we might be able to make that where it's needed rather than shipping it around by train. Guess we'll find out. Flying over some deconstruction here, we'll let the robots do their job. I'm a bit low on fuel. Not burn too much unnecessarily. A lot of stone from those rocks. Won't avoid any more. Back over now. Further west? Yeah. Here we are. Because I copy-pasted, they've got the wrong recipe set. Let's get them all built and then we can change that to the copper recipe instead. Forgot that would happen. Robots want to recharge. It's taking them a while. Interestingly. Give ourselves a boost as well so we can fill our battery in while we're here. There we go. I would like this outer line of power poles in as well, so we'll do that while the bots do some more. I didn't bring the landfill back, completely forgot about that, never mind. Carry some with us in the future, then we'll be able to do it all. Let's finish off the line of poles over here and then build out the rest. Almost got this done, sort out the train station and then, like I say, move on to stone, I suppose, is the next natural choice. Few little bits left to do. Machines up this end. Just saw the best game ever. Void Train. I've heard of that one. Why don't I remember it? Interdimensional Express Train. Upgrade and customise your train, gather new materials. Looks a bit Left 4 Dead-like. With a train, which is, of course, going to make it better than Left 4 Dead. Raft, yeah. Interesting. But on a train, of course. And in space, yeah. Right, the recipe, let's get that fixed. Before I forget. I saw what you were saying before, Mondo, about, or on your Discord about, you see more and more games that are clearly not ready for you to see them. Like there's a rush to get things wishlisted and stuff. Yeah, Facebook ads, yeah. Well, I was just thinking, like I usually get involved in Steam's Next Fest, which is on at the moment, like it's basically just serving you a bunch of demos to play. But they're like, the game developer has to apply to Steam to be a part of it, and they're only allowed to be a part of one in their lifetime, I think the game's lifetime. So there's so many demos that are not ready for people to consume, and it's like, if you only have one shot to be involved in it, why would you put an unfinished demo out? Surely you wait until you've got one that people are actually going to enjoy playing. It's just crazy to me, really, how like unprepared these games are to be seen. But they've got a good idea, so they think they can just put it out there or something. I don't know. Didn't bring enough power poles. That's interesting. But then we'll recommission those ones, I guess. More wish lists gets more recommendation, yeah. And no doubt helps if they're like working with a publisher or something. It's probably a good sign. It'll help the developer, I guess. Check this demo and then check the other games they've made here. Yeah. That way we're loading here, so they face that way. There's one I tried, like the game looked interesting, so I thought, because like downloading a demo and playing it is really no commitment, so I don't mind doing that if the game looks vaguely interesting regardless. So I gave one a go, but I didn't even have an options menu. It's like, okay, the audio is way too loud and there's no options menu. What am I supposed to do? Yeah, no, you got to be on Facebook for business stuff. Makes sense. And yeah, you can't get away from the ads while you're there. But at least it's serving you vaguely relevant ads while you're there for games. Why did I make 6 when we need 8? Oops, never mind. We'll add some more in a second. That one will be there, so we can line these up and then we'll go get the missing 2. Do I have enough? Yeah, I also need some stone brick to make the combinator we need up here for the train station, so we will need to make another trip home. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's how some people work. That's how they make contact with people. So Doesn't matter what you tell them. I've forgotten the obvious, haven't I? Got 8 wagons and only 7 lines, so we need to balance these. That's necessary to turn 7 to 8, which is awkward. Very awkward, because I'm more inclined to do 4 to 4 and then 4 to 3 or something like that. 8 lane balancer is complicated. I wouldn't be able to do it myself. I'd just need to grab one from the internet and paste it in, which I don't like doing. But still, it kind of needs to be done. Nah, we'll make do. I'm going to bring this line down. We'll do 4 lane to 3 here. Could be as simple as just doing that, basically. No. I'm doing this the wrong way around. Cut that one. Not 4 to 3. 3 to 4. That'll become that one. Those 3 lines will become 4 feeding into the back of the train. And then these 4 lines will be the 4 that feed into the front of the train. It's not ideal. Very much not ideal. We'll live with it. Like I say, the resources here are going to back up because we're not going to use them all. At least not for a very long time, so it's not going to be such an issue. Okay, we're missing 2 of them. What was the other thing I said I needed here? Oh, like combinator and everything, yeah. Back to work, yeah, no problem. Have a fun time. Get those cookies clicked. Oh, actual work. Okay, fine. Robots have gone off. Grab some fuel when we're back. Let's remember that. Fretwork. Yeah, good luck with it. Hope it goes easy. Dump the stone off here if we can. We tied it. That's a shame. But yeah, fair enough. If you always fair enough if you're not up for it. So these are full and not being taken. There we go. Just enough space. Okay. More junk to get rid of. Some junk to get rid of. That'll do. Grab some of these green chips. We need a constant combinator, I think. Should be all, and then some wires. Saturday you're going to stream anyway. Okay. Well, yeah, see how it goes. You can't force yourself, but hopefully it you can, it'd be good. More power poles we need. Let's stock right up on them. Then 2 more of these, which are being made very slowly, as I thought. But that's all good. We're using them very slowly, so I'm not concerned about that. 8 per station that we make. Not a huge amount. It's forcing us anyway. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Need more trains soon. Looking forward to that. Not that soon, but soonish. Raw materials first, then we'll need to start moving them around. Stream things, yeah. I do quite well when there's a routine and a schedule. I haven't really struggled. Still, like, clicking the button is difficult, always is. But I do well when I know I not need to, but I know I've made a commitment to. Which is why, you know, I have a schedule. But like starting in the first place took years. Years of being like, oh, I want to do this, and then not doing it until I literally had to. Okay, the inputs here are not... I think I'm going to put something in here. It might as well be a balancer, all things considered. I said earlier, it doesn't really matter. Go. Spread it between those a bit better. And then we just need to configure them, yeah, so connect all these up with red wire. Back down the poles. To add another one in over here. Get into the light. And then a constant combinator, also then into the light. Here we say minimum train length of 10, maximum train length of 10, maximum number of trains as 1. And this is a provider. Currently providing 64,000 copper plates and growing, which is good. So that's copper done there. So we've got iron plates, we've got copper plates available to the network. We need, let's go with stone next. It's hard to see on this map. Some there. It's not a terrible spot, like it's nearby. It's only a small amount of stone. They're not great in that regard. What else have we got nearby? Around here. That's little bits of iron, coal, crude oil there, coal there. I guess it's kind of hard to see it, so might be missing some, but it doesn't look like a lot of stone in this part of the world. Tiny bit there, that's not enough really to connect. None there, none there. This patch might be the one we're already tapped, like the starting one, but even that's way too small to really concern ourselves with now. Out to the east. No, not really. There's a patch, 27 million, but for being so far away, that's not a big number. 65 million, that's a better number. Doesn't look like it's going to align very well. Might be our only option, or our best option. Square there, there, and still quite far really. I think up here under that might be nice if there was some there. What else we got? Really to the south either. Patch there, it's reasonable. But a long way away, really too far for a current depot, I would say, down there. Might be worth flying up north and seeing if there is something up there. Near that rare metals would be nice. Otherwise we do the one here, the 31 million that's in this square already. That can at least be a small amount that we smelt. And then we can connect something smaller for raw stone, maybe even the one we are down here, the 5 million. Maybe. Not particularly happy. Let's do that flight to the north. I didn't grab fuel, did I? That was silly. We're going to need it if we're going to make that flight. Get some fuel, see if we can find more stone, or a better spot for stone. Bit annoying. Need stone to make quartz as well, don't we? Yeah, we need the sand, crush the stone to sand. Make quartz, cook the quartz into silicon, and then glass is also sand cooked. So we kind of want one square where we do, well, ideally it would do stone, brick, glass and silicon all in one, which would need a lot of stone, a bigger stone patch than we're currently looking at, I think. Grab the fuel from here. That'll do for a while. Just don't think that patch is big enough to do all those things. Even this one's not particularly big. It's rich, but it's not particularly big. That might not be able to do it either. Unless we just do like small amounts. We have probably overdone it with the iron and copper plates in terms of what we need. Maybe we'd get away with it. It's possible. Take one look in the north and see if we can find a patch worth connecting to. If not, like I say, we'll just go for that one we have available and see what we can do with it. Up on that rare metal patch now that I mentioned, so hoping for one just right here. Nope. More oil in the northeast. Nothing around here. Far too cheesy for you, what's that? The music, oh yeah. That's, I mean, that's the point of it. Because Epidemic don't just like market to streamers, they market to all content producers. So they have a lot of very cliched music in different genres for like TV adverts, that kind of stuff. So there is a lot of I think there's even like a section that I saw that was like 30-second extremely cliched clips, which obviously has a use in certain types of content. But I don't know what I'm getting. I've just thrown together like all of it that doesn't have lyrics in, and I can filter out the ones I don't like if I catch them. But yeah, it's not as original as copyright music would be. That's like part of it, yeah. Play your own stuff, yeah. Better and worse ones. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah. I mean, this list is about 12 hours across 310 tracks, so they're not all going to be good. That's for sure. Don't have to be reasonably good. No, no, no. Or to have a place. Nothing around there. No stone at all. More useless things, really. More oil. We got plenty of. That's an awkward one to connect to because of its location. I'm not sure if we'll get. Yeah, our rail is going to cut straight through it anyway. It's going to be roughly there, so that's no good. I think we just have to use the one that's here, the 31 million spot. Our only option. So we'll go back and get the drills to start plugging that in with. Only got 50 on me, so I'm going to need more than that for sure. We'll feed the rare metals in to start making some more as well while we're down there. And we'll be able to use factory plans to see what we're making and how we divide that between the different materials. We know you need like very little silicon, bit more glass, bit more raw stone, and mostly stone brick, I think. That's how we have it at the moment. That's the spot. Let's just come down here and grab some rare metals. Feed them in. And yeah, we'll take away all of them. 461 should be enough for that patch, definitely. I don't know what we're actually using. I guess things aren't moving, so it's hard to tell. Not electrical wants. Production, consumption over the last hour. Although consumption over all time would be most useful. For I mean, stone includes the stone that's being smelted, so that's misleading, I guess. Stone brick at 310. Silicon at a third of that. And sea glass on the left hand side, so that's be on the right. No, didn't see it there either. Ah, there it is. 300k, so glass is about the same as brick so far. And silicon about a third of that. Raw stone, like I said, I don't really know what's being used for what's being turned into sand or what have you. But from the looks of it, quite a lot. Where is it? It's just above power. It's pretty small. Not tiny, but pretty small. We'll see how it goes. All the junk off the patch around the edge. A bit awkward. These meteorites going to get in the way as well, so let's clear them. And of course we get some uranium to hurt us. I'm going to move that from there. Can put it in the corner here for a bit. Power grid up. Place a few out and then do a copy paste. So making sure the ones over the slightly empty patches have got enough to last a sensible time. Good enough. Those won't be. That one kind of is. Not that one. Yes, those. Okay. An awkward shape to it, but I'm sure it'll be okay. Odd patch there, which I just skip over because it's such an awkward place. Yeah, probably will. Down on that corner, so that's fine. Still plenty on this last row though. That's about it on the right hand side. A bit low there, so a few more up the top here. Yeah. That many, I think, and yeah. Head back up to that corner in a second, see how I feel about it. Not really enough there. Just a few odd ones on the end. But okay, we can deal with them. Yeah, what we do on there. On there. Maybe that one. That's kind of it. Yeah, it's okay. Feed them down into there. I assume we're going up. Yeah, we're too close to the corner to go any other direction. And then there, so this is quite balanced till the end there. Okay. This 3 can come a bit further down. Join that row, which is pretty incomplete. I think we worked out last time was 40 drills, the maximum on a line. Can't quite put all of them together. But yeah, it'll have to be a separate line, I guess. I'll leave it having a trouble up there. As it stands, there's one more on the left, so let's just take that as a line and then that as a line. This one's a bit unbalanced. We can do like the side balancing thing. I'm not sure if it even works, let alone if it's worth it, but why not? Side. That's 36, so yeah, I think I will run the last few to join the end of these penultimate line. Can't fit on one belt, so that's fine. Join them all together, combine or balance them. Well, we've got 6 lines, then we can divide them out into where they're going to go, what we're going to do with them. Yeah, 6 lines, it's 191 drills. Don't really know what to give it, do I? Some stone brick. Where's that? There. And some glass. A third as much silicon, which is complete random guess, but also some just stone. Who knows? Then yeah, put that down to sand, that down to the quartz, which has sand. Sure. In which case, with the sand combined. Yep. Stone. Can I do the stone combined? Probably not, because I'm adding from there and down here. Don't know. Let's ignore raw stone because that makes it confusing. Silicon down to quartz. Quartz needs sand. Glass needs sand. Those combined is there. And then all of the stone required for that combined is there. 60 machines. We've got 191. It's 120, so it's not far off. About that many, another 11 available, but that would be we need some left as just stones. We reduce these slightly to maybe to get round numbers somewhere, and this wouldn't be bad. 80 furnaces we're talking about in terms of belts. 1 and 2/3. It's awkward. half a belt of silicon. Kind of want more, but we don't have more stone to do that with. I guess we have to reduce something to increase something else. Drop that. Let's try 1.5 belts. 1.5 belts and half a belt. That leaves us at some awkward numbers, but doable. 3 stone belts in to make the brick. That's nice and neat. And we will have 5 belts coming out-ish. That's going to be hard to get exactly 3 belts out when we've got 4.8 available. It's complicated. But actually we have more than that, don't we? That's 162. So there will be more than that, which will be 4 stone. It's interesting stuff. I'm vaguely getting my head around what needs to be done, bit by bit. Would be 72 electric furnaces doing that, 14 doing silicon from 11 filtration plants, 45, which is an odd number, literally, doing the glass. That'd be better if that was 48. Not sure I'm going to be able to get the right number to do that. It's doing 500. No, wrong way around. A little bit less than that. Tiny bit less than that. That many. Good. 48 machines doing that. 20 crushers or 10 pulverizers. Sure. Making 5 belts of sand, of which 3 and a bit go to glass, and that's an awkward amount as well. Very awkward amount. Kind of want to rebalance around that. Or we just spread it everywhere and we don't get an exact number anywhere. We just allow overlap everywhere, and then whatever backs up will feed into other stuff. To some degree, not fully, but to some degree. And then extra just under 30 drills are for just stone. And when anything backs up, it will leave it as just stone. That might be a good idea. Make the full output there. Okay. An awkward one to lay out. We're creating 4 different things here: stone, stone brick, glass, and silicon. We've got 4 train stations around the square, so each thing is going to go to one of those stations. It's going to take a lot of belt to get it across the distance, but that's fine. Simplest one first, I guess. Let's get the stone split off, and then 72 furnaces cooking, which is 3 rows. No, it's 2 rows. Yep. 2 rows being fed by 3 belts. That's awkward. They're going to have to be a different size, shape, length. Okay. And another level. I want to bring them all together, and then we split off and send stone to the right here, and then cook heading south. So this one, which is N50 east, be stone. Maybe I want to add that to the name. Possibly. Why not? Then N50 south is brick. We'll make N50 west glass. That's one stage, sand cook it, and then sand quartz cook it to make silicon. Go out at M50 north. Being the case. 49 west is fuel. I don't think we tell the product to the delivery points. Might rename that M50 South Depot, but it's kind of obvious in many ways. Rename this to iron plate. This one's a copper plate. Where it's a provider, I think I like the idea of putting what it's providing into the name. Okay. Let's bring it together like this initially. Run out of belt, sure. Want to. I don't know what I want to do. Bring them together and then split every single one off. Cut everyone in half and then, I don't know. Probably pull off with priority to stay on, and then head off to the east on every line, and then balance and combine however we're supposed to. We can split them off beforehand, I guess. Let's do them here, that way round. Then go get more belt, I guess, to actually build it all in. Priority left, so if it's being consumed to turn it into something, it'll go that direction and get done. If at any point it backs up to this point, for whatever reason, it'll head off to be supplied as just stone to the things that need just stone. I guess it's not a perfect solution, but like I said, it's not really enough stone to be doing all of them with at the same time, I would think. Should just check. 165 machines is 5 belts. I want to add on enough machines to get to the 191, so we know it fits on 6 belts, which I'm pretty sure it does. Three, 191, 5.7 belts, yeah. And that's not a bad amount of extra stone. Maybe about half the others, which, like I say, I have no idea if that's enough or not, but I doubt it matters. And then here, we want to do a 6-to-6 balance. For any splitting off that we're going to do ahead, I guess. Do I care? We're going to smelt off 3 of the lines. Not really. I think what I actually want to do is, like you would on a bus, force everything to the inside. Not force, encourage everything to the inside. Maybe twice. And then the 3 on the inside will go into the smelting. And then, yeah, we see from there. Split it down, 3 more lines are going off to be turned into sand for further processing. Okay, let's go get the belt. So we're going to definitely need that. Get rid of this stone and put the drills back. Don't need them for a bit. Get more furnaces instead. We can actually place them out, work out how that's going to be lined up. Just give these little bits of iron and copper as well. And those raw, rare metals. And safe there. Stone over here if it will take it. It's not really using enough to clear through it all. Can crush it, but sometimes it gets stuck if there's the wrong amount. There we go, that's all good. Could feed it into the one lower down where we cook it before crushing it, I guess. That would work. Belt is just down here. Going to need a lot. That might be overkill, but still. And yes, the furnaces are. Don't know why they're still giving me some stone. They've been chasing me, maybe. Furnaces are up here. There they are. They're not being made. What's gone wrong there? We're not getting... No, they're there. Not getting red circuits. They're not getting electronic components. Because... they're not getting silicon. Because that's gotten turned around somehow. Don't know when that happened or why, but there we go. Just take what we can carry. For now. We are going to need to come back and work out the other machinery, like the filtration and stuff, to get quartz. We can do that in a bit. Gonna need water for that. We'll see how that goes. Okay. Let the bots get all them put in. While I look at, so 72 machines, 3 lines coming in. That's simple enough there. Each line needs to feed 24 machines. Line needs to feed 24 machines. So lines like that could feed 24 on each side. And another one. So we really just want like this much, but not that long. For whatever reason, this has to be shorter. Just to there. I wonder if I got that wrong. I doubt it. Bit confusing, but still. Plenty of space to work in there, so... up a bit, or down? Up is fine. Just need to go like 2 across. Let me get the poles to measure against. And copy that bottom section again. No. Copied too much of it, didn't I? 72 smelters is there. That's as many as we want. Go there. There. There I think is better, but it needs to go one to the left to make room for that. Balancing, not balancing, whatever it's called. Put that there. Be fine, and then that one's going into there. That one into there. that one to there, and the other 3 are going off to be crushed. Should be fine. 3 lines of... no. 3 lines in, but 1.5 out, so that's fine. Lines in, but 1.5 out. Interesting, but I don't really know how to work around that. How did we do it originally then? Shorter, much shorter. Sure. That's fine. These are 3 down the bottom here, can be combined down into 2 lines essentially, but then we do want to split it out to 8 anyway. It's easier done combining them first. Just adding that in basically, just like that, and then we turn those 2 into 8 with splitters to split them out, which can happen here somehow. So a splitter there, and that turns into 4, and this also into 4, I guess. So that's unnecessary because we've got the one just behind it. There's the 8 lines. That's fine, and they'll get fed into this station down here as planned when we bring the bits and pieces over to do that job. There, good. Let's finish actually putting everything in so that is ready to go, and change the recipes of course. And there's a missing inserter output on that one, which is that because I accidentally deleted it, or are we missing another one in the pattern up here? We're missing one. How I saw that, but again we'll put the ghost in, and if we fly over and grab it, does that mean we're missing the ghost? Don't know where that would be. An ultimate row down here somewhere. Doesn't look like we're missing one. Oh, here we are, right there. Okay, we'll fly around with some spare inserters and fix those at some point. Switch that to stone brick. Accidentally disconnect power. There we go. Stone brick. In some rate. And then these. I want to turn 6 into 8, I guess. Yeah, we'll probably just do it in a messy way, just split it somehow. It's not terribly important here. That's going to have what's there, so we're going to need another row. Old chest of junk here. Don't have space to actually get rid of it at the moment. Do that in the future. Okay. Bring it down to the corner and split it there. In theory, at the moment, it's just 3 belts worth of stuff. But we put the priorities on, so yeah, that's not how it works. Let's bring it to here. And then turning 3 into 4. And just put the normal 4-way splitter, 4 to 4 splitter. 3 inputs. That'll do the job. Well enough. So that's ready to plug in when we come and do the actual station. That's ready for us to plug into a station. So next thing, I said glass. Like I say, it's got a long way to go to get to the station. There's 2 things that need to be done on the way there. It needs to be crushed into sand and then cooked into glass. Cooked on 48 machines, taking in 4 belts and outputting 2. That's an interesting one. Those are going to be short lines maybe. See how that goes. Before it gets there, it needs to be crushed, but not all of it like that. At this point, I'm going to split that into different sections. So that sand there, that sand there. So for the glass, we need 7 pulverizers, 13 crushers, taking 1.3 belts and outputting 3.2 belts. And then 1 belt of stone needs to carry on. Interesting. 3 belts of stone go to be cooked. There's 3 left over. Oh, some of it is like committed to just being stone, I guess. 1.2 for glass and 0.6, so I mean we can do that pretty easy from here. 2 lines are going to go make glass. Third is going to go make silicon. Might want to work backwards from close to the station and then just join it with a belt in the middle, perhaps. Maybe even backwards from the station. In any case, I'm going to need to go make some pulverizers. And while we're there, maybe some filtration plants. Pulverizer needs concrete, steel, iron, not bad. 7 for there, 4 for there, so I need to make 11 in total. That's 11. And then 11 filtration plants as well. Contamination facility. Can't be built on land. Okay, so yeah, that's if we were doing it in space. We need to use this filtration plant, blue one. Yep. 11 of them. Some multi-cylinder engines. Yeah, that's a long chain. Never mind. What's I'm missing? Just more iron. If I can get any of those intermediate pieces from somewhere. Don't think I got multi-cylinder engines being sat anywhere. Steel beams we do. Right there. Speed it up a little bit. We need more glass. Then, yeah, where do we use multi-cylinder engines? Do somewhere, I know, here. At them. Looks like it. Yeah, it's sped it up somewhat. I'll do. Let's go dump the rubbish I've scooped up. Just craft those machines we need. Oh, there's the crusher. Bit of that. That and all those. Keep the rest of that for now, maybe the wood. That'll do. How many warehouses have we got ready? Oh, a good number. How many do I need? 6, 12, 24. No, 8, 16. I need 32. Finish it. I need another 10 warehouses. Hi, Aki, welcome back. Another 10 more warehouses. Let's see how it goes. Two. Interesting, that's held up by the concrete. It's the outputs being split, that would contribute. But I need 8 more. One, two, three, 4. Not much there. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's enough steel plates. More steel beams in general. Three. Howdy, howdy, Commander Tip Tip. Welcome in. Nice to see you. Hope you're having a good day. More steel beams needed. Just need 2 more warehouses. There we go. 10 warehouses, filtration plants, pulverizers. I've got the furnaces on me, plenty of everything else. Probably not enough belt to breach the gap, but we'll deal with that later. At least ghost in where things are going to belong. I think we're good. Let's head back up there to the spot with the stone and start planning this out. I guess we can finish up. Oh yeah, probably not got enough loaders either. Bit of a problem. We'll see how it goes. Put the stationing down here for the brick. This is the first wagon. These out of the way. there a lot, so that's, yeah, inputs. Left or right? Have I done one? Haven't done one in the south yet, so I'm going to go with left. More poles there. Okay. Hopefully this all lines up nicely. Looks like it will. Do we want to put a limit on these to encourage things to backlog quicker? We didn't on the iron and copper because we know we need tons of it, but the brick less so. We put a limit on the fuel, but I think that is like crazy amounts. This is not really. I don't think I will limit it. We'll let this fill up. It's fine. So much more organised than your factory. Yeah, it's on purpose, you know, by design. Trying to organise everything to quite an extreme, I would say. Like individual elements, like the power poles and the belts and stuff, but also on the grander scale with the train lines. I do like organised and square as well. It's that train station. We might as well do the one up here as well. And yeah, there are 2 locomotives at the front. And we've run out of loaders, which I kind of thought we would. Just move that junk chest out of the way. More spaghetti than a restaurant. It's, you know, I think it's how most people play, really. The majority of Factorio players are going to have Spaghetti Factory. It's kind of just what happens. I mean, are you playing like a modded run, or is it a pure vanilla one? Because especially with some mods make more spaghetti, and others make less. So it can vary wildly. Angels and Bobs with Petrochem, yeah. Even if I did that, there would be at least some spaghetti involved, definitely. Like there is in this base, you know, there's patches where either we were in a rush or the ratios just came out in a way where you're like, whatever, really, and make it work rather than make it pretty. Okay, it needs more loaders, like I say, but that's lined up at least. Two lines are going to come out this way to make glass. Let's start from this side, so we'll do the station first. 2 starts there. Shame the ghosts don't do what they're supposed to. It's going to make it awkward later. Might just not put the loaders in yet. Probably. Leave a gap between and they will line up ultimately. Jetpack mod is neat. Yes, very helpful. And it is independent from the whole space exploration thing, so you can just download the jetpack. I think. Pretty sure you can. Where is it? Yeah, mod's called Jetpack. It's modified by space exploration, which I guess will be the recipe to make it, but I'm pretty sure you can just download the Jetpack mod and have it in any playthrough. Yeah, I thought so. There's another, I think the same creator made one, like an earlier game grappling hook to get around as well, which I'm not used in this run, but I think it's a similar kind of idea, improving your mobility, but earlier on. They're going to go into there. The output from the glass, it's 1.6 belts. So we're going to have like 2 lines coming out, so it'll be the same as what we just did really, with the splitters at the end of there turning 2 lines into 8 lines. Here, I guess. One will feed into there and the other into there. Okay, so that's where that section goes into. So the stage before putting it on the train is smelt it. So here's where we need to put the 48 machines, outputting 2 lines but fed by 4. Need to work this out. We've got fed by 4 is the problem. Because you could 2 inside, 2 outside. Fed by 4 output on 2. It's kind of... yeah, and then halfway down the length you can move that in, I guess. Or move it in like that. Would be better. And that would be 24 per side. Or we do 12 per row. Fed by 4. And they'll output that way and we'll have like a whole extra row coming together. Kind of like the idea of keeping it thin and long, personally. Especially because we can then line that up straight into here. Yeah. That'll be the outputs. But there. And that'll be, what did I say, 24 per side? Yeah. Save. 7. Lost count already. Clear all this out of the way anyway. That's 17. 17 plus 7. Doesn't work. Never mind. 23. So 1 more on the end. Those are the inputs. those are the outputs. And the recipe we need here is glass, sand into glass. Good. Then halfway along, so that's 12 up, it's there. The second line on the outside joins. That's our 3.2 lines of sand go into those. We'll work that out next. That's fine, we'd just like to put extra poles behind. Keep everything neat and tidy. And the stage before this is the pulverising of the stone, I guess. That's all we need to do next. We plug it in and away we go. Just keep going eastbound. What does a pulveriser look like? Oh, that's big. Okay. We need 7 pulverisers down here. How are we going to feed them? 7's an awkward number 2. That's the line that's coming in. It's slightly to the south. So if we were here, for example, wouldn't fit under, no. So up a bit. It's not going to be good however we do it. I don't think. So we just have to deal with it. We'll start there. 1, 2, 3. There's 7. Use the bigger power poles to get coverage on them. Do that one, stone to sand, yeah. Feeding these with loaders might make it easier. 3 stone per 1 second. Fast inserter should be enough for that, but the output might be better as a loader. Input this side. Run out of belt, that's fine, we'll go get more soon. We're bringing 2 lines in, so after the 3rd we're going to feed another line in, I guess. Should be right. Guess we'll find out. Let's move that over this point. Go there. The line for silicon might as well come up here and then head north at this point, so that'll keep going that way towards where we start doing silicon stuff. Loader output then, that goes out this side. Outputting 4 lines, I guess, yeah, 3.2 from 6.4 machines. So each machine is doing half a belt? No? Yeah. Yeah, we're rounding up, obviously, number of machines and stuff, but each one is outputting half a belt. So... this end we end up with 4 belts. Two machines can join together. That's fine. And there's an odd one at the end, sure. Oh, that's kind of it. That one turns left there. That one there. Just probably do want to balance these because the outside one is carrying less. That one feeds into there. So on. There we go. I think that'll work when we get the belt to actually plug it all in and finish it off. Good. This is the line that's going to head up to become silicon. So likewise, I think we start where it's going to finish and work our way back towards this line. See how that goes. So last of the warehouses. There. Yep. Bottom I put on the left side, then these kind of also want to put on the left side. Don't know why, just feel like it. There's 8 warehouses to fill, so there will be 8 lines coming in, but I think the output from the smelting is probably just going to be 1 belt. Be interesting how we do that. Let's double check that. So silicon's this one. Yeah, half a belt of silicon even. From 1 belt of quartz. So what we're actually going to get here is half a belt, which we're going to split across 8. But concept's still the same. Turn it in half and each of those halves balance 4 times. Do that. Fit nicely here then. Move them. Copy that again. And yeah, just have that. Lots of wasted space in the square, but still. Probably going to come down like there. Bays before putting it on the train is smelting it. Yep, with 14 furnaces. 1 belt in, half a belt out, so pretty easy. 7 on each side. And then in and long handled out. And then out and in, like that. I like to mirror them. Yeah, that's got to be different. That's in, that's out, yeah. Like that. Just fill in those missing bits of belt. Okay. That's the last input, yeah, and they are doing silicon. That'll work. And it's quite compact, I like that. Next stage before is to filter quartz from the sand. So we need 11 filtration plants, 2 lines of sand in, 1 line of quartz out, which is that line. These are quite big as well. Okay. Quite like them to be like that, I guess. Kind of. There's a lot of them. Yeah, we're not going to have them. Not going to have them like that. No space in between. You won't be able to fall asleep in the evening. Never know. See how it goes. No, it's not very relaxing. But then if, you know, depends if I'm still enjoying it 6 hours from now. How are we going to do this? I'm quite confused now. With a gap between would be nice, but that's fine. This means they won't be like central on the grid. That's fine, kind of. Output like that. Inputs on the outside will be good because it's 2 belts in, 1 belt out, which is good. What are we doing? We're working on silicon production. So silicon is made from quartz, which is filtered from the sand. So we've got the bit where we smelt the quartz into the silicon. We need to work out how we're going to lay out the filtration plants to get the quartz in the first place. They pump into each other, so we want them kind of pointing at each other. That makes sense. Then, I don't know, centralising would mean moving that one to the right. No. Moving that one to the left. No. What's that? One on the corner. Yeah, this one to the right. Long handled out, maybe. Kind of want to avoid that. Outputting 6 quartz every 2 and a bit seconds. It's not great for a long handled inserter. It might be okay. We can try it. So there's that many of them. We'll need to bring some pipe, I guess. Didn't plan for that. Problem here is getting the power down the middle. We can't fit our grid. I think we need to come off, like, off the straight line in order to do this. Tell you what we should probably do before doing this is take a break and come out with a bit of a fresh look. Yeah, pretty good idea. Then I think we like align it to the right a bit because the stuff's going to be on the left actually. Maybe line it to the left. quicker long inserter would be a good thing. Do we get one? I thought we did in this. Yeah. Superior long inserter. You do get a faster long inserter, but it's a long way down the chain of ones we haven't researched yet. A long way. But that'll be really cool when we do get that, obviously. That'll be cool. But yeah, I'll just take a quick 5-minute break as we are over 2 hours in. That'd be a sensible idea. So when I'm back, we'll carry on sorting out silicon. A couple trips to get some materials, and then we'll get that up and running, and we'll have done stone. Not too bad going. Got copper. We'll have stone very soon. And then we look at what's next, I guess. Wood is one that I'm not sure about, but then we need another oil hookup, maybe that one, or maybe we use the oil that's here to make the petrochemical stuff, but we'll see. Like I say, just 5-minute break to stretch my legs and stuff, and then we'll carry on, so I'll see you shortly. Hello everyone. Back. Let's work this out. Okay, still think 2 lines down the outside and 1 down the middle is best. I want power down the middle, so machine there and a machine there. We need power on the outside as well to get the stuff in, unless we use a loaders to get it in, which we might want to because it's 10 sand in every 2 seconds. Let's assume we do that then. Loader in the outside. Yeah, that's fine. Line down the middle so the inserters will be offset slightly. Go under there. Yep. Fine with that, so that's going to be in there, the splitter. Yep. Like that. Good. How many do we need? That many. And we need to get water over here to do the filtration with, obviously. Which should be fine. Copy that much. That one, so that's into there, that isn't needed either. Set the recipes. I have to come back with some pipes and stuff. There's water nearby, but I don't know if that will stay when we build that square in, if we build that square in, I suppose. What other water do we have down here is a bit too far. We're using that really for the power, so I think this is the water to go for. And we'll just move the pump if we need to later, if we need to landfill that water out or something. That's fine. Okay, so this is where sand is going to come in to get filtered. So we need to do crushing or pulverizing between here and there. Would be fine. Assume we need 4 pulverizers to do that. That's what I've got left. And then first one will be there. Poles need upgrading to cover it. That'll do. And then we can join up here. Not bad going. How did this go? So, yeah, the outputs we did. Yeah, with loaders, which we're going to need probably more loaders than we're making at the moment, but oh well. And there, so I need to move it over, which, yeah, wouldn't be aligned either way, so that's fine. nothing there. Good. Then loader comes out. They join up. We did it that way, I think. So we'll do that again here. Not amazing alignment, but it will do. That one is good, yeah, so that's just going to go that way. And that's good for them, that's not bad at all actually. So yeah, just getting the water down here, I guess. And a lot more belt, as we thought. Plug that into there. And a lot more loaders, belt loaders and our pipe stuff. And we can progress on this. Might straighten that out actually, looking at it. Not a kink there when we can do a straight line instead. There we go. That's a bit better, yeah. Okay. Got a huge amount of inventory space with all the stuff here. Could put the furnaces away for now, I guess. Maybe. Let's put the ores away first. Or, you know, feed them when they get out of our inventory. Then stone. There we go, not bad. A junk automation core we could get rid of. Sure. Why not? Then, yeah, furnaces. We're making more, I guess. We can feed them into here for now. We'll come grab them if we need them. We know we need to make lots of trips regardless, so no big deal. Then back in there for now as well. Belt. Probably overkill. That'll do. Pipe stuff is over here actually, isn't it? Offshore pump. Bunch of pipe to ground. A little bit of regular pipe. Some tanks in case I feel like it. That's good. And then yeah, as many loaders as we've got, I guess. I'm imagining it's not going to be enough, but we'll see. We'd speed things up a bit. There's 200 of them. Now going slow on these, which are not getting copper cable fast enough. The copper cable isn't slow, so it would need an extra copper cable machine. You know, we could do, but not for now. Yeah, we'll make do for now and expand that soon, I guess, or at some point. Okay. Head back. Work out how we're going to feed this water in. That's interesting. So I'm going to watch this with it backed up. So it's backed up all the way to here. But that belt isn't full. And it definitely should be. Why not? Very incomplete belt on the inside. Which, sure. It is filling that in from the belt next door. And then that, I guess because it's been happening, so the doing it twice is moving the very empty belt up 2 steps. So because of 6 belts we need to do this 6 times? Perhaps? I'm now expecting that one would be quite empty. But obviously if this one backlogs then off it goes. But I do kind of want to prioritise the stone brick for whatever reason. No particular reason, but I do. So that's fine. Those 3 will be full. This one will be slightly empty, and that's one going in to make glass. Maybe we should balance that like 3 to 3. Or what is the actual input we wanted for glass? 1.2 belts, so that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Let's get these built in. Good, that's started. We need to get the loaders over here. Or, yeah, no, get the loaders over here. That one. Just to get used to not standing on the rails now. Shouldn't have an excuse as we can fly over them, but still, do expect I will get squishied at some point. Okay, that's so that's glass all good. Glass is up and running. Again, I'm not going to limit anything. Just let it fill in. Here's the crushing for the silicon. That's done. Filtration, we need to sort out the water. So that's where they're going to go in. We just need to plug a water line into here, which kind of like to just run it north where we've already got buildings and then across the rail line in the middle like we did before. In line with the power poles? Sure, why not? Oh, because that's in the way. Sure, not there then. At least 2 to the right. Let's go in there. Okay, and yeah, into the middle of here. And onward. There's a problem, too many rocks or whatever. I want it on the rail, so we have to put it just before. Get that rock out of the way. There. Yeah, like I say, for now we'll just plug it in, and then later if we come to fill this in we can move where this is. It's no big deal. I do need to bring power over though, which is more awkward here. Perhaps offset it then. Let's go down. bring the power over so I can see where that's going to line up. Let's go with that row. Yeah, doesn't line up nicely. Oh well. I can go there or up a bit. Let's go in there. Just put that pole where it needs to be. Gone too far. That's where we come in. There we go. A's connected, that's good. So water is moving. And pump should be plenty strong enough to get it down this row. We're not using much water at all for the filtration, so it should be fine. Yep, they've got plenty of water there. The inserters are the loader inputs. Like that. Looks right. Interesting how little makes it to the end though. Bit weird. Something doesn't seem right. We should have a splitter to join them here, I'd say. Getting two full lines. Still. I don't know. Factory planner knows what it's doing. Should be fine. I can see a bit of belt there. Sorry, it should be underground. That's fine. And there. Can it output it fast enough? Doesn't look like it. Might not be any good. And the water is not feeding through. I guess I just kind of assumed it would because of the arrows. No, it's in and out, but there is no output from this recipe. So, okay, can't do it like that. Sure. Let's cut this a second and okay. No, it does look like the inserter's enough. Yeah, fine, but we need to rotate them. Which means moving the inputs. In a very awkward way. That's going to be like that, and then like that. I just needs to move above it. Like that. Which is what, one from the corner? There. Should do better. Oh yeah, we need to move all of this about a bit. So there, sure. That should be good on that side, and then this a little further round to come here. Same kind of deal on this side. Looks good, and then yeah, same with pipe attachments. They should all be getting water now, but they are not. Missed on that. That's why. Good, they should all be getting everything now, water and sand, but they are not, because I didn't finish the job. Never mind. We'll do that now. There we go. I'll plug these back in. Looks like they're all running now, which is great. Yeah, and we get quartz coming out this side, which is getting smelted into silicon. We'll split into 8 down here, which will be very little each, but there we go. And then they need loaders. And more loaders, yeah, more than we've got. Oh, no, we got just enough. 3 left. It's not many, but enough to finish the square we're working on, which is great. Okay. So that's, yeah, plugged in. That's good. That's silicon, glass, stone, and brick, all in some fashion connected. More loaders needed here, sure. Which we don't have enough for, so there we go. We'll need more to finish this off. What we can do though is set up. We can't. I need a bit of stone brick. Can grab that. But we can set up the LTM configuration for all of these stops as well now. Just going to need 4 constant combinators and a bunch of red wire and a little bit of green. Extra pole. Constant combinator. Minimum train length of 10, maximum of 10. Maximum number of trains of 1, and this is a provider. I'll copy that if it'll remember it long enough. Something ain't right with the stone here. It's backing up and not flowing out up here. This is not halfway, is it? What we copied is shorter, so 12 along is here. After here, these should be on the far. Which will help a little bit. It's still backing up here. Which it shouldn't be. Priority, so put 1 there and priority left. Clear more space for it in theory. Should help it a bit, we'll see. I'll wire this one up as well. The same settings. I can do the silicon station and then the glass one, and then we just need those loaders and we're done here. Except that's got some backwards belt for some reason. Can I paste? No, I didn't remember it. It forgets what you've copied if you turn the jetpack on, which is a bit annoying. Still, doesn't take that long to set it up. It's all good. Okay, one more to do. Same deal here. It's great, good progress. How many loaders do we actually need? So 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 18, 27, 36, 39, 40, 44. Doubt we've been making them that quick. Handcraft some, maybe. Scooping bits up from here and there. We're going to need even more for the next thing we do, but finishing a block off would be nice. It's like properly finished. Let's see what we got. $11. Sure. Can I scoop up some red circuits? Yes, a lot of them. Can I grab some, like over here we've got the little engine units, haven't we? That'll give me 26. No, that's the wrong thing. That'll give me 2. Iron gear wheels. I think we've got tons of them on a belt somewhere. Yeah, right at the start, maybe, where we're making inserters, perhaps. Yeah, yeah. Tons of them. Still only gives me one more. Green chips? More of them, really. Not ideal. Maybe we do need to speed up loader production. We can in little ways, can't we? The next one over. So we want more of these. Let's do that. Don't have the stuff on us to do that. Let's go pick up some more machines. There we go. Send this a different direction somehow. No iron there. Sure. Don't know then. Can do it this side, but no copper here. Yeah. Didn't plan ahead. Okay. Bring some copper over. It's fine. Oops. Didn't want that brick adding to it. Never mind. Scoop that up to clear it. There we go. There's that. They go in there. That goes to there. So that's doubled what we were doing on them. Whatever difference that will make. Can manually feed a bunch in, I suppose. Speed it up to 4 now. Then yeah, I don't know if they want more copper cable. Can feed it here somehow. Bigger power coverage. It's into that one, then that one too. So like 3 between the two of them. Something. Could move this up and make more if we need to or want to. Yeah, there's not much more we can do, and I don't particularly want to fiddle with it too much. We'll do it bigger when we put it into the train grid. I guess, you know. Work on something else while we wait for it to go. So what's next, I suppose? Wood was one thing I thought of, but we only really need wood. Like this stuff we're not doing anymore. Not necessarily going to make greenhouses, specifically, going forward. And this is all just to feed production of coke to produce steel. I don't think it goes anywhere else. I don't think we need wood to be transported around. We just need to make it where it's needed, which only requires water. So, it requires water, but can be done faster with other things added. So steel, we need to get on the rails. Ideally, that would mean a square where we have coal to make the coke with, stone to accelerate the wood production, and the iron ore. So iron, stone and coal in the same square. Other than the starting area, which is pretty much tapped out. Not sure we're going to have that much luck. We struggled to get just iron on its own to begin with for the iron. Small amount of iron up here with uranium. Not really what we're after. The coal isn't far away, so the next square over. Something. Coal down there, no iron. Coal and copper, no iron. Iron up there. None of the other things. Iron there as well. Nice to see, but not what we're after. Iron there is going to get cut through by the rail line, like this one was. This would have been the spot to do it. Coal there, stone there, iron there. Stone and coal. Iron and stone, but no coal. Stone's optional. It's really iron and coal that's important. We can, I suppose, bring the coal in by train. We do need coal available on the train in order to make grenades, I suppose. It's like the only thing we need it for, but there you go. We could just do one where we mine up coal and put it onto trains. That one wouldn't be bad for that if we can. We'll probably clip the edge of it, but then see how that goes. Where's my book? There it is. It's kind of in the way of that station, so we'd have to mine there and then take it to the station in the south, perhaps. And involves tidying up a bit of what's down there, which we can do. Then we get coal connected. Then we need iron. Yeah, actually, that distance isn't so bad from where the depot is. Pretty good, actually. So the starting iron's right there, but that's not really enough to be working with. More iron all the way down here, I think that's a bit too far. Partial iron we've cut through there, I don't think that's worth doing. There's a little bit of iron here. And there is coal here, actually. Didn't think of that. This could be where we do it. Messy as it is, as the layout is at the moment. It's only 14 million coal. It's not much. Iron, sorry, 14 million iron. Something. Maybe it's something to start with, and that's good enough. The stone just here. Could mine some of that and send it under to use it if we wanted. There's water just here for making the wood with. That's not so bad. More coal there. Some iron there. I think this one's alright. It's near the other stuff we're doing, which is an advantage to it. Put everything in here, make the coke in the left, make the steel around these somehow. I think it'll have to be here, yeah. This is where we're going next. So we need our rail stuff first to build that in to existence. Let's empty our backpack out of some stuff and make room for it. Get rid of what we don't need for now, come pick it all up shortly. Do need them, more of them as well. That's not that many. That'll do. A few more of the longer ones, we got them. There they are. Go with that. A few more Tesla coils maybe. Just get rid of those pumps for a second. These are a bit of odds and ends we can get rid of. Just enough radars. Or just enough radars. That'll do. Enough radars. Probably enough Tesla coils actually for the one, just doing one square, that's fine. Let's take mining drills, in case we have the opportunity to do that straight away. 180 of them. Going to do another supply of rare metals into that. Make some more. Good. Rail stuff then, that's north of here. Rail, train stops, so we need a couple more of them. More for now. I think those signals might need some more. Stop by then, probably need some more rail. So let's take a bunch more of that. The rest I think might be okay. We'll see how it goes. We'll start building and see how it goes. Pick up all the loaders we've got ready on the way past. Get as many as we can into position. It's 35, that's close to it. bad. Going one more there and then the inputs for them. And that'll be good. Next one is up the north here somewhere, and west of it. Should be alright. Like I say, I'm a bit worried about how long that's really going to last. It's not a huge amount of resources compared to the other things, but it still could be enough for a long time. Okay. So we need to keep an eye on where we're adding it next to another square. Here, for example, entrance to roundabout needs these signals taken away. Wish I could remember why, but it is important. And then those ones in the new junctions we add need taken away. To run a bit further north to get those posts put in. It's fine so far. Lots of rocks to clear out. That's going to be a problem with my inventory space. No complaints. I'm not going to take out any further ones. So those signals are no longer needed there. And then these we are not putting in. That signal and that signal. That's the entrance to that, and it's where two squares are next to each other. So same with these ones. That one, keep that one, get rid of that one. That's good. That one. And these ones are the ones we're not building in. Good progress. Half the square done. Not short on anything yet. And up here, because there is no square next to it, the signals should be correct already, but they're not. Ah, yes they are, that's right. Got the bypass next to it so it doesn't have them. Still a bit confusing, the whole square rail system. Like I say, it is not something I've done before, but it's something I like the look of and the feel of as well. See when we actually get it up and running at full speed, whether it can actually handle the kind of traffic we're trying to put through it. Robots want a little recharge. Yeah, that's all good. Cool. To walk a little further left to get those poles done. And they want more recharging, of course. Almost back where we started. Good. Okay. So, not sure which one we're going to use yet. Just rename them all to blank for now. And we'll rename one if we're actually, you know, whichever one we're actually going to output the steel at. Is a bit awkward. Might ignore that 4 million there and just use the 14 here. The amount of coal there is definitely going to be enough to make enough coke for the amount of iron we've got. Let's start here. Bring the power grid in. Get all this junk out of the way. Quite a lot of it. That is a small patch. We'll see, we'll see. Could still be enough steel in general. Still probably be more than we're currently making, I would imagine. Drills then. Try and copy paste them all out and then go check the numbers around the edge ones. Okay. It's nowhere near enough. Looking for ones that are about 50,000 for them to last long enough to be worth it. Pure guess, but you know, that's the number I've been working with, so we'll carry on doing that. 47's okay, close enough. But 20 is not. Less than 1,000, definitely not enough. That's all good. A few more I think we might fit down the bottom here. Yeah. That's about it, I think. Yeah. It's just whether we do that patch up there as well or not. Let's work with not and then go from there. Somewhat awkward the way it's lined up. Got just one side on the right, just one side on the left. Got over there 19. That's 23. Just can't combine all of it. That's 24. 39 between them. What I'm inclined to do is take this odd end all the way over to join up with that odd end, but they will be on the same side of the belt, right? They're going to be on that inside, yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm just going to swap them to the other side of the belt there, I guess. It'll do the job. Up the middles. Five belts coming out. We've got 91 drills in total, which is like 2.5 belts. I can say not much compared to the other stuff. 2.5 belts of red is still pretty good. Need to combine 5 down to 2.5, which let's not overcomplicate it. That lot 19 plus 5, so those two can just be combined. And this lot is 43, so that can't be. It's going to be a bit messy, no big deal. 4 lines in, 3 lines out. Will that even work? Should do. Might want to put those in there to prioritise left, to make room for that one to get shoved in maybe. We'll do that. More junk in the way, let's clear this out too. Okay, so 91, 90 drills, that kind of thing. Let's look at our numbers. Currently we are making steel plate directly, not the more advanced smelting. We'll add that later point. To add the iron plate. Yeah, iron. It's not iron ore plus coke, it's iron plate plus coke. Forgot that. Interesting one. Let's say we make that without enriching as well, and then fine. I mean, we can do it. This much would take 88.9 drills, so it's not even a fraction above that. That's a bit too many. 1024 per minute. Sure. 90 furnaces making the plate and then 28 furnaces making the steel. It's quite a lot. 28. At the moment we've got 24, so it's not much more than we're already doing. Barely anything more than we're already doing. It's a shame. But yeah, that's what we've got here. That's all we can do. Okay, so let's make a coke for that as well. We'll require 14 furnaces. And 11 drills on the coal. Very little. Wood, if we make it without bringing stone over, we'll need 62 greenhouses, which is kind of fine with me, really. It's probably simpler than trying to bring over stone. Some just there, I guess. We could do that. We could at the very least look at what the number would be. We do that one instead with the sand. Sand is crushed, stone is mined. 2 drills on the stone, bring it over, crush it. Then we just use 16 greenhouses to make the wood. Add it to the 11 drills, making the coal, make the coke up in this corner. Smelt up the iron here, smelt up the steel there, and probably output here at the top. We're going to assume, so this is L51 north steel plate, I think. It's the general plan. So yeah, let's get over to the stone. Add 2 drills onto here. Dead simple like that. I guess further in would give us a longer. That's 1.5 million and 2.2 million. That's better. We'll just bring that out this way, I guess. It'll be a long belt full of useless stone, but there you go. Just to get under the lines there, which is great. Stone will be there, which needs crushing at some point, but we can do that closer. Coal is here. Again, we kind of want to just dig from the centre of the patch. And was it 11? Yeah, we'll do 12 to be symmetrical. That'll come up. So many stones and stuff in the way. Crazy. Yeah, that we don't have inventory space for. Dump it off for now. Tidy it up if we ever find it in the future and are able to. Okay, so that's coming up. It's coming down. So this kind of area, or any point down, I guess, maybe further down would be better. Probably, yeah. Bring the stone further down. No. No, there's some processing to do in the middle before we get down here. Oh, this is a lot to juggle, but we'll get there. We need to have 16 greenhouses, 1 pulverizer. So 1 pulverizer northmost, 16 greenhouses. Then the output from them need to join us at 14 furnaces down here. Which have got, yeah, like a belt in, a belt out, a belt of each. A shared belt in and a belt out. On 14 furnaces, okay. I don't have the furnaces on me. But we did something similar over somewhere, didn't we? Hi, Suntroll, welcome in. Nice to see you. We're interested in doing Factorio Rampant Marathon playthrough. No, I can say simply, thank you very much for the offer, appreciated. I don't enjoy the combat at all. Sounds interesting, very interesting. But yeah, like I said, the combat in the game doesn't interest me personally from a playing point of view. Might be interested in watching, if you let us know where it's going to be, if it's going to be streamed or anything. Could be interested in that. Don't enjoy the combat being honest. Yeah, if it's going to be a combat heavy event, then I know that I wouldn't enjoy it, so that obviously wouldn't make sense for me personally, but it sounds like an interesting thing to do for sure. What have we got? Somewhere we did over here, yeah. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, that's 14 with one line in, one line out. So that's the kind of shape we're looking for. Around here somewhere. Maybe forward one row. Let's go with there. Forward one set, so there. I think. You happy with that? Gonna have some streamers, but oh, fair enough, fair enough. Let me just make a note though. Finish days, sure. I'll just keep my eyes open for what's going on around that time, and you know, I may pop in and watch. You know, if anyone is on, obviously, no pressure to anyone. Yeah, no worries. Thank you, Suntroll, for popping by. I do appreciate it. And yes, we will grow slowly, but thank you. There we go. Made a note. Great. The input here is this one. It's going to be a shared belt. Coal there. Wood's going to come out there. That's the plan. Or wood's going to come in there. So 16 greenhouses are going to be in this region, and the crusher. We should go get those bits and pieces before we try and build this out. Like, ghosts are good, but not the best. I've done all the drills that I need, right? We've drilled the stone, we've drilled the coal, we've drilled the iron that I want to for now. So let's go swap over to the other stuff. Smelters and belts and stuff. Hi Nick Blue, nice to see you. Why not less trains? I can see the advantage of less trains. Maybe less trains but bigger, perhaps? No, more trains. Always more trains. One very long train. I have thought about that before. Like it always just moves forward like one wagon at a time or something like that. Don't know. Seems like an incredibly inefficient way of moving stuff around. Don't know. Could be interesting. Do like trains. What do we got then? We don't need the rail stuff anymore. We can put that away. To start with. Good. And then a few bits of junk maybe. Bit of that and that. Those little bits. Sure. Then put the drills where the drills live. Here. Then what do we need? Stuff that I dumped in here, of course. Good amounts. Too many undergrounds. Not enough splitters. Good. Don't need those assembly machines at the moment. Do need a bunch of smelting. Like that. Maybe some more fuel for our jetpack, I guess. That'll be a good start, but then we need 16 greenhouses and a pulverizer. So we should definitely take them with us. What do we need to make a pulverizer? I don't think we've got any of them anywhere. I need a bit of concrete, a bit of steel. There's a bit of steel. There's a bit of concrete. Make one of them. Put that concrete back. Put them out. And then greenhouses are here. Should be everything to get this going. Maybe not enough belt, but we'll see. And actually, if we're going and we've got a little bit of inventory space, let's pick up the loaders we have available. 37 on them, actually, that's not so bad. We're now short on the circuits, which we can improve as well. Bring these ones down. Join their friends down here. That'll improve it a bit. Fly over the one we didn't finish, it's north of here. They belong here. There we go. That's the stone square and the 4 resources being made there. All done, all available. Not at massive rates, not particularly fast, but the time it takes us to set other things up, there'll be such a backlog and a buffer of them that I don't think we'll ever have a supply issue with them. I don't imagine. Okay, and then steel is just west of here in this square, I think. These belts and stuff built while we're coming past. What's after this? Just trying to keep track of everything we need to make and whether we've done it yet. Iron, copper, stone, brick, silicon glass. Done. Steel in progress. Sulfur and plastic, sure. And coal as part of that. So coal to make the plastic, coal to make grenades. I don't think it's worth putting coal on trains just to make grenades. So wherever we mine up the coal to make the plastic, I suggest we make the grenades there. Either put the grenades on the trains or make the military science packs there entirely. Dunno. Having said that, not a huge fan of the idea. Possibly more of a fan of putting the coal in trains, maybe. Anyway, we'll finish this off first. So 16 greenhouses, they need to be fed with sand and water. It's available over here, that won't be too hard to get over. A bit messy, but not too hard. Then sand. And we know from down here, feed the sand in with inserters fast enough. And this layout's kind of like just what we want in general, I guess. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is not exactly what we want. Let's do a copy paste. That fits. A bit awkward to lay it out. Not sure where it goes. In line with there. Line with there. Let's go with that. Yep. this we're going to flip around. So we don't need... what do we need? No, we do need them. That's going to be the wooden output, which comes into here. Then we need the sand input to go between those two. Somehow, maybe go under there. Put the splitter there. There we go. So the sand is going to go in there. Move that a little. Get the power pole there. There's that. Do like to have a grid of power poles around as well. So that's stone, so we just need to get our pulverizer here somewhere. There will do. We can have loader output, make that quick on the sand coming out. Inserter input, except it doesn't line up nice. I know loaders are expensive, but why don't we keep it simple? Stone in. Sand out, just add water, wood is available, coke will be made, output there. Brilliant, good plan. Let's add water. Let's we didn't bring the pipes. Should have seen that coming. Build all this in with poles. Thanks. Sensible. Let the bots help. There's stone flowing. Rushed into sand. So yeah, we just need the pipe to get the water added for this, and then need to join these things together, the coke and the iron ore. Or no, not the iron ore. The iron ore needs cooking into iron plate, and the iron plate needs to meet with the coke. That's there. Yeah, I still think we're heading for the North Station, so how much smelting are we doing? Stage 1. 82 furnaces. Which is quite a lot. 82 furnaces. It's more than that many. It's an awkward number. We want 3 rows, I guess. Yes. I mean, we can't do it in 2 rows unless we feed the ore in later down the rows. So 82 and the 3 rows would be 27 and a third each. Don't like that. And just arbitrarily spread them out. No reason not to. 4 rows of 20 and a half. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do that. 4 rows of, or 2 rows of 21, 2 rows of 20. So let's copy how much from there? There, yeah. Bring 80 over. Add 2 more to it. So they're going to go that way round. No, they're going to go that way round. Now they'll go that way round. The iron will flow next to where the coke is and into the other ones which are turned the other direction. Yeah, you know, it is what it is. There's a bit far down, so there. Happy with that. Yeah, happy with that. We did just turn this into like 4 into 3, but we're now using 4 lanes, so we'll do this differently. How about a balancer? How about it? No, not there. Too close. Should have done that before doing that. What if we do it here? Maybe. Not very well lined up either. Okay, doing the next one over. Junk in the inventory. There we go. That'll do. Yeah, that'll do. Okay. So just going to square the poles off here. Do want them down the outside of here too. Something's gone wrong there. Okay, that'll do. What is the output of this? It's 2 belts. Less than 2, but 2 belts coming from here. Turn 4 to 2 there. To join up with that coke we just made. Wear that off too. Let the robots do their job. Great progress today. Happy with how everything's lining up and how much we're getting set up. Okay. Lines of iron plates. Will I? No, I'm in a good spot. So just go up. Yeah, we'll do that. Do that in the right place. the wrong place if I keep doing that. Better. Yeah, that's good. And that's where that is. Just want to be consistent without power poles everywhere. Just one gap, we fill it in. There we go. Nice and neat everywhere. So at this point we're going to do the actual steel smelting. With an output heading north, I guess. So that is 28 furnaces. 2 belts in, 1 belt out. So we can't do like we have here. We need what we've done here, basically. Same thing. How many? 28 of them. So 14 per side. There. If we do it that way round, it's pointing towards there, so it gets closer. If we do it that way round, it fills in more of the gap, I guess. We'll go that way round. And, I mean, there's pretty good with me. Though... just have a thought, we need to get the coke in as well. One to the right might be better. No, we'll go with here. There. We need 2 of iron and half a belt of coke. So we can't split the iron into half belts. That's no good. Can split the can't split the output, but wouldn't want to anyway. I guess what we do is we do the middle differently. Bit of a combination of the two layouts so far. Or actually thinking about it, it'd be tidier if we just do it on the outside. I do like tidy. So even if it's not like optimal or whatever, maximising the belt availability. We'll run another belt down. With one of the things. Lines up pretty nice for the outside to be the iron, but that's probably the wrong way round from the volume needed. We should have iron on the inside with a faster inserter. I cope with the side, but we are out of inserters. Interesting. We'll need to go back for inserters and pipe work. They've already been split down here, haven't they? Don't necessarily need to do that again. I'm going to do an underground here in some fashion, like that. That's going there, and that's going there. That's no, that's not ideal. Further back, maybe. Cuts across here and then goes under there. That'll do. Then they need long-handled inserters. Get the coke in. Up those gaps in the middle, then yeah, head back and get those extra bits. We need to actually get things moving here. A few more warehouses also needed. And take this all the way down. Over, yeah, okay. Warehouses, loaders, pipework, inserters, etc. Let's head back and get all that. Can drop off the furnaces, we made all them, and the greenhouses, we made all them. And the stone, I guess. That's junk. Furnaces can live in there. The other thing to get rid of? Oh, those greenhouses, yeah, sure. Inserters are down here. Warehouses are over here. Only really need 8. They're coming through at a good rate. Good. Poles, pipework, that's the other thing. Almost forgot. Everything that we put in there, that will help. Good. Any loaders we've got. 52, alright, not bad. Nothing amazing, but there we go. Should do the job, probably got enough belt. Or we'll be back soon. We'll see. It's no big deal. It is quite a long journey, but it's no big deal. The journey's going to only get longer as we spread things out throughout this grid work. Okay. Right, neck of the woods. So, what's that bot doing? We missed something earlier. Be priority right. Somewhere else I was going to put priority on splitters that were only ghosts. There was. Down I went back. Probably down here somewhere. Those have got it. Maybe it was those and I did it. Looks fine. Nice to see a little trickle of stone making its way to be available. It's interesting. Like I say, didn't look like it'd really be enough overall, but we're not going to consume it that quick. And given enough time, it'll back up and everything will be fine. Inserters in. Good. Let's get this water connected and flowing. So, the tank there. Connect that to up here. Run this line over. Don't want it running over in the middle of nowhere where we're going to not be able to find it, so I kind of want to bring it down. I got up, but we're heading over there, so down between here. Yeah, that's where I want to be. Let's come over one. Down here. Yeah, around here. That way. Just that one because of the belts. There. To bring the power over as well to power the pump. That's pretty good. Can live there. Just need the power pole to be in a weird place, which is fine. That's connected. Well, that's water. So we should be making wood gradually. Sufficient sand there to keep them going. That'll be fine. It's a slow recipe, but once it's up and running, that'll be good. We'll have coke, we'll have steel. Steel's coming out the top. It's half a belt, or a little over half a belt, so we don't need both of these out, just the one. Is a shame. I do feel like that's not enough. We'll just have to find another spot we can make steel in the future as we expand outwards, I guess, if it's not enough. Okay, warehouses. Loaders. Left hand side, isn't it? At least get the inputs in, and then as many outputs as we can do. Definitely not all of them, we will need more loaders. There we go. And then we need to do another splitting one belt into 8. Silly as it is. One line into there. These dead trees. Line into there. Good, and there's steel starting to appear. Very nice. It's now available. There we go. So other than those loaders, that's steel done and plugged in. Enough to begin with. I'm happy to begin with. Sulfur and plastic and lubricant, I guess. We have the simple option, messy but simple, of taking the surplus of petrol and oil that is in our fuel production I don't see any way of us actually using this much fuel, like ever. I can't see it happening. But we do need space here to create advanced fuel when we unlock that. Still probably leaves enough space in the south here to do other things. So if we were to add coal to trains, we could do sulfur and plastic down here using the petroleum from here. And then lubricant, don't know. Probably do that here as well. The problem with lubricant is needing deliveries of empty barrels to put it into. The alternative being that we put heavy oil. Yeah, not a huge fan of it. I feel more like tapping another crude oil. We might put something different here, like rocket fuel production. Fuel and rocket fuel. Maybe. Kind of like that idea. So I'd rather, yeah, tap another oil field. Ideally one in the same square as coal. Then we can make the petrol without putting the coal on the line. Then we'll do the same thing of when we make military science packs, we'll do it in a square that's got coal. That's a good idea probably, if there's enough coal around for all this. We've got oil here nearby, tiny bit of coal, but that will get run over. Oil here, which is a little far away from the depot. Perhaps a bit too far. If we use the eastern station it might be okay. No coal there though, but there is some nearby. Crude oil there, pretty much the same deal. It's a lot of oil around. Oil and coal over in that direction, that's probably too far out. Oil here. Stone, no coal. We have the starting oil, which has coal, kind of. Oil here, with coal kind of close, but not amazing. That looks badly aligned, that one. Doesn't look like there's a perfect spot, not exactly what I'm looking for. That might be our best bet. Pump it, refine it, crack it, bring the coal over. Not really. And like I say, this is getting quite far away. Like down here could be good. We'd be covering some of those patches up, but not all of them. We'll use some of them. But yeah, no coal here. So we would then need to bring the coal in by train. Which we can. It's not a huge problem. We've got one, like that one could be done. Yeah, that wouldn't be too bad. I just noticed they're not in use, so I'm going to rename them. What do we think? I think we probably need to get coal in trains. Won't be that many of them moving around, I guess, but it looks like we'll need to. In terms of distance then, this is as close as anything else. Not a great square for it. Up here is also as close as anything else. It is 2 squares away, straight lines, not bad. Let's see if we put that square there. We can tap all of them as well. Tiny bit of stone up there, weird, but okay. We tap a tiny amount of coal, but not enough to do what we need to do. So yeah, let's do this square in order to get that oil there. And I don't know, the one next to it for the coal, because there's a lot of coal there. You know, if we're doing coal. Or do we do that one and just bring that coal over on belts? It's too far to go on belt, I think. No, we just done it with that tiny bit of stone, but that was a tiny bit. Not worth the train delivery for. Though we could have. Like I said, that's a good amount of coal to be going for, and this one's awkward because we'd have to do a bunch of landfill. But that is pretty far away for getting it. I don't know, the south station wouldn't be bad. What other coal options did we have? I can't remember any good ones. Oh, that one there is not bad at all, just south of the power. And that's pretty good. Yeah. It's a... it's good in terms of distance to the depot, but it's a pretty long way up to where I'm talking about putting in plastic production. Which isn't the end of the world. I kind of want to see how it works. I mean, this one would be just as far. Just as far, yeah. We're going to do that one then. There's the advantage of being very close to the base, so... well, the disadvantage is we need to take part of the base apart to do it, which is fine. It's fine. Kind of. Disconnect the copper completely, it looks like. Which I'm not particularly ready to do. We'll see. Then we do it and then find out how big of a problem it is. So yeah, that one's going in there. And we'll need to clear some of this out of the way to actually finish that one up. Let's do that first. We'll start down here and get that copper connected. Then we'll come back up here and start doing oil again, petrochemicals again. Get sulfur and plastic available, and lubricant being made. Not necessarily going to do the barreling yet. Got a lot of production lines to set up that don't require lubricant at all, so we can do that first. And then sort barrels out when we've stocked up a bit on the steel to make them with, I guess. Yeah, what am I carrying? Just bits of everything, I guess. Dump all that off and pick up the rail stuff again. And the landfill this time. That one's spare. It's fine. Give it some junk here. Get rid of this stone. If anyone will take it. Go, and those pumps are not needed. We do need train stations, didn't think of that. We have run out. Steel and stone brick to make them. Make 8, because that is what we've blueprinted into the world. Going to need... got radars? Yeah, got just enough. Got Tesla coils, should have enough. Train stuff. Gonna need more rail. Probably some more signals, maybe. Not that much rail. Do for now. Grab a few more signals, chain signals. Be a stack of each. There you go. And that should be good. Landfill. More than I can fit probably, but we'll make a start with what we can. Now that's up here. Gradually being made. Okay. This is the bottom corner where it's going to end up. Maybe starting the bit we can build rather than the bit we can't. We'll see. But I'll tell you what, before we get going on that, let's take another quick break, as we are now 4 hours into the stream. Sensible thing to do, stretch my legs and all that. If you have also been sat there watching for a long time, do consider getting up and stretching your legs if you're able to. Give your brain a rest from whatever you're up to. I certainly could do with one. So yeah, I'll just be 5 minutes, and when I'm back we'll start getting these squares out and continue setting up these like basic resources, everything that's on our current bus, getting it into the train network, which we should get kind of finished today, and perhaps start some of the actual production cells within the train network as well, if we're lucky. So yes, a few minutes, I'll see you shortly. Hello there, I am back. Let's hop back into it then. Let's get this rail expanded somehow. The coal that we're doing down here is no longer being used for anything, right? We don't need this power generation. It's being used to make steel, I guess, and maybe some other stuff. Just the steel, I think. Kind of want to keep that much then. Let's just disconnect from here. Of course, my inventory's full. Let's do some of the landfill to make some space in my inventory then. And we'll look at cutting that off. Move the shelter. Still haven't found out what it does, but there you go. Moved. That Tesla coil's the old one. Be there. The ship reactor, I know it's free electricity, but we just don't need it, so I'm going to get rid of it. And a chest of starter junk, I guess, yeah, I don't have the space for. But let's let it live down here, can't we? What is that? Good car. Sentinel. That it? It's not moving that much at once. It's yeah, personal battery, cliff explosive. Most of this is junk at this point. Should have been junked. But some space capsules could come in handy. Cargo pods. I think that's fine. Maybe. Let's take back our radars and book. Yeah, that's good. We can actually make that properly. And we'll stamp the blueprint again, I guess, when we're done filling in gaps and stuff. Don't necessarily need to fill all this in, do I? If it's not in the way, not causing any problems, we can just square it off instead, like I normally do. Is that bit filled in? That bit filled in. What's any blue spots? Really? Square this egg off too. That'll do. It's out of the way of the rail, so that's fine. And yeah. Scoop this up so we don't leave a mess. Switch these off back here actually. Just want the two lines that are still going that way. Send everything that way, maybe. I don't know. Tidy it up a bit. Don't need that radar there. And we don't know. Let this burn through the coal that it's got in front of it. Then we'll come back and take it apart. Get it out of the way. Let's build the stuff that's not got anything in the way. That'd be a good place to start. I mostly want to recharge. Do that a bit. Just gradually move forward, slowly. don't think we're quite ready to cut off the copper, for example. We are still making stuff that we're using to do this with it. Ah, signals are wrong here. Be a normal one. There's no square on that side. We should have signals there. Does that mean they're wrong out on this edge? Yes. It's a shame. We can put the blueprints in for them. It's not quite right. Something's a bit off there. Interesting. No, it's fine. Don't know. Something looks a bit off, but it's probably fine. Might just be because I'm on map mode. The length of that doesn't... I don't know. No big deal. Next time we fly over, it'll fix that one. This one's not a big deal anyway. One of those things we can fix. Then won't have happened in the middle here because we have both squares. Will have happened on that one. Just means the blueprint's are actually wrong. We should fix it, I guess, but can't really be bothered. Just remember to get that right every time we come and build a new square out, I guess. No big deal. Oh, we've got a meteorite on the track. Would not be good. It's kind of on it as well. There's stones on the track here. Just about enough inventory space to clear them. Now we don't. Yeah. Build out, use up stacks of rail, and then we might be able to run out of free robots. There we go. That was just enough to free them up a bit. Oops. Enough. Okay. Now we're between two squares now, so this is the one we need to check signals. That one needs to change. There. Then don't build that and do remove the one there on the junction. Rename these as I go to, and then name them the real thing if we actually end up using them. It's good there. That shouldn't be built in. That signal on the way past. And yeah, these ones don't get built in. It's all good. Inventory's clearing up now, we've built enough. Same deal here, so those signals are not there already, that's good. That's not. Yeah, it is. It's irrelevant. It's the deal with that one. Sure, I would do this again in the future. It sure takes a long time to build, and it's confusing as hell with the signalling. A smaller, like a tighter grid might be an option, but then you need to care about things like throughput and speeds and stuff. Now just having fun with them rather than caring too much about them. Why doesn't a power grid align? Does it not align here? No, it doesn't. Okay, so the existing base power grid doesn't align with the new one, which is fine. Yeah, we need to tear that out, or at least part of it. Not necessarily all of it. We can do that. Let's get rid of all those power poles wouldn't exist. And all these. The drill's in the way. Things I guess will just slow down. We've got a big buffer of copper, like actually on the belts and in the machines and what have you, but things are just going to slow down. That's the pole we want to keep, I think, and that's the one we want to take away. Hopefully. Taking these out of the way. Inventory's full. Okay, just going to make a bit of a mess for a second. Still not quite enough cleared out. Okay, let's dump copper ore in here. A little bit of iron ore. A little bit of rare metals. Ton of stone. There we go. Bunch of coal as well. Get rid of that over here. There we go. It's all good. There's some space to work with if we carry on. Getting this out of the way. So scoop all this. These belts need to go. At least that much, and then take away the old power poles. The ones that are making a mess of it here. These are still powered, that's fine. I'll get rid of the ones that have stopped working while we're here. A lot of them, I guess. Does make some sense. Been running a long time down here. Building lots of stuff to let us expand. Okay, so those are, you know, whatever. A mess still, but it is some copper. We just get them under the rails, and for now that can keep going. Except I don't have any undergrounds, but whatever. Deal with that in a second. There we go. Do I have any? No, I've not really picked anything up that can help with that. So we need to go grab some red undergrounds. Get that moving again. Off more copper everywhere. There we go. Then, yeah, red undergrounds from over here. Seems fine. Hopefully at this point we can pick up the old power generation down here too. Get that out of the way. So copper's moving again, at least it's something. Not a lot, but it's something. We've broken that pump. There's still some coal around here, but let's just deal with it. That. That. Should be good. Then we can stamp the blueprint again and fill in the bits of the rail that should be here. Good progress, like I say. It's hard to see when you're just wandering around slowly deconstructing stuff, but we're really getting there. Not sure how much more will get done today, whether we will get to space in the next session as well, which I think we will. Imagine we would. Get back into space, I should say. Those pipes are not needed anymore. And that pump as well can go, but I don't have the inventory space. Okay. Put some things down for now. Deal with them in a second. There it is. And there too, just for a bit. I'll finish this off and then most of it's just going to get crushed, scrapped. We don't need it anymore. There we go. Still need to clear a bit here, didn't notice that. Okay. We need to redirect that coal, which I do want to keep things working for a little bit longer at least. So we do need to redirect the coal. What have I got to do that with? I've got enough, probably. Especially if I scoot up some of the bits that are not necessary, like that. That's not right though, that should be... yeah, otherwise it won't make it through. And then let's just head straight right here. And we won't do it pretty or proper, we'll just get it working. Working. There we go. Something. The power poles around here are now a proper mess. Let's take a bunch away I know are wrong and then, or think are wrong, and then when we stamp the blueprint back in, we'll get the right ones back. Do that, never mind. For now, keep it flowing. It's going to be slow, but we want to keep it flowing. I need to actually connect the power to keep this working, of course. It's a shame. Taking things apart is always a mess. Not huge fun. And the inventory gets filled up with the junk involved in it, but you know, step by step, we'll get there. I think all that's fine. Looks okay, so yeah, we just need to get this belt out of the way in order to stamp anything in, so see how it goes. How's it going? It's going good, Aki. We're making good progress. Could do with a bigger inventory to deal with what we've got to take apart. Just to get it out of the way, but like basic resource wise, we're making excellent progress today. We've got 5 more, or 6 including the copper, which we were halfway through, so we just now getting the petrochemical basics connected, so sulfur and plastic, and then I guess we will start a production cell, you know, This space is empty, so we'll probably build into there and make inserters or something. Whatever's first on our current bus will move into the first production cell today, which is great progress if we can. So it's going well. It's just, you know, it is slow. I knew that. It is a distraction from, I guess, what a lot of people want to see in space exploration, which is space. But I'm enjoying it, and that's the important thing. While we're here, I'm going to clear out the dead drills. Yeah, exactly, it's Factorio. I just enjoy the game in general, whatever we're doing in it. But it's also slow, especially with... I think it's Krastorio really is the main mod that's making it slow. Slow progress, not the game, but whatever. Yeah, it's part of it, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Just fine by me. Okay. This is slowly moving forward. We can go up a bit more. Let's take a trip to the crusher with junk, and then come back and clear out more of it. Destroy more junk. Tidy that corner up and get that blueprint stamped back in. Connect coal up to the trains. Then that's another one done. Okay. What is junk here? Old drills can go. The steam engines we're not going to use. Wind turbine boilers. A bit of brick. Old inserters, old belts, old chests, they can all go. Those extra bits of pipe can join my extra bits of pipe. And the pumps can join my pumps. Seems good. The landfill can go back. I think we're done with that in this square. Good. It's junk cleared out. That coal is moving, it is. Whatever that's for. Steel, I think it must be. That's the thing that's moving. Being used. If we can speed that up much. Let's just scoop it and throw it in somewhere. If we have space for it all. Things moving. There we go. So that's moved out of the way. Blueprint book. Stamp the square back on. Anything that can't go. Yeah, there's a few power poles. I was wrong about the landfill. Let's stamp it back in. And these again. So I can go get the landfill and fill it in so that we can put those power poles there. That would be my preference in terms of keeping everything neat and tidy. And we carry a little bit of landfill, because we did have that problem earlier where we found some holes that should have been filled that I missed, so just become a habit of carrying a couple hundred round with us everywhere we go. Just let the robots come home, okay. There we go. That's how I want it, really. Let's get the last of these bits built in. Some on the south is some up that direction, I think. Maybe some just power poles or something missing. Then we'll go grab our mining drills. That's the next step, I suppose. Mining drills and belt and stuff. Some warehouses. Yeah, there's a bit missing here. Yeah, of course. Fine, when we actually come to tear everything down, we can come get this out of the way and everything. Won't be a huge distance away. Of time. Okay, that's good. So yeah, tiny bit of copper ore, let's get rid of that. Put the rail stuff away until we head back north. And then, yeah, like I say, drills and belt and stuff, really. It's them. Radar might as well live with them. Then what have we got? Let's have a look. There's the stuff that I put there. Some space in inventory for drills, which are over the road. 720 of them, very nice. It's kind of all we need to get that done. I can throw some of this old belt into junk, can't I? It's all good. Might like to make a few more steel chests. And away we go. No, warehouses. I did say warehouses before, didn't I? Warehouses, constant combinator. I just don't know what happened to our old ones. Usually end up scrapping them every now and then. Maybe I did that. These are where the warehouses is. Just need 8 of them. We just coal, that's all. Some loaders as well, if we've got any. Again, probably don't have enough, but we'll see what we can do. So now, 41, it's not terrible. What do we need? We need like 88 every stop. It's a lot. So this is short of loaders at this point, which are short of iron gear wheels. Which are being fed directly in, so yeah, sure. Not much to be done for that with the amount of other things that go in, so yeah, I don't think we can really easily improve what's going on there at the moment. Okay, so the coal patch is in the west, we'll head out that way. Here we are. Oof, big one. Good. Lots and lots of junk around it. Let's be carefully uranium, but let's clear all that out. Yeah. See there. No, I think we'll be okay for uranium damage from those meteors. It's good. Let's get this cleared out before we start. Let's throw the wood in here for now and the stone and whatever. Pick it up on our way back when inventory's a bit emptier, a little bit. Up there, Mr. Robots. There we go. Okay, bring the power over. Coal goes all the way up to the rail line. I don't want to build the actual drills that far over, so we're not going to put one there that outputs onto the rail. There. Yeah, I'm okay with that. We need to feed them out in a way that doesn't overlap with this station, unless we don't go to that station. I like that one because it's kind of the easiest and closest to where things are going to go. As the plan is to do plastic up here at the moment. Guess if we chose somewhere else to do it, might be different. Down there, so I don't know, it's just a bit far. I mean, the depot is important for getting the trains moving quick. They're not going to just continually go back and forth. They park up in between. I would like to use this one. It doesn't make a big difference, I guess. It makes some difference because they slow down at corners, but then they don't actually go straight, do they? They go round a roundabout. So it probably won't make a difference. We could mine here and take it to the north. It's a long amount of belt, but kind of fine. That way I don't need to worry about how these lines are going to clip to this station here. Yeah, I think that's best. I think that's best. What's that here? Good number. Won't be mining enough. One, definitely that one. Yeah, most are okay though. Yeah. Missing some power poles there. Someone on the left here, probably no good. Yeah. Those ones okay. Not that one. They're okay. That's close, but no. That's all good. There's actually quite a bit still to the right there. Okay, this is a big patch of coal. Doubt we're going to need anywhere near this much. There we go. We're here. We'll tab it all. Let's grab like that. Start pasting that out in places where we can. I don't think it's worth connecting that tiny patch in the corner there. Not going to do that. Last row, probably not worth it. Got a few good ones here. Keep them ones, feed up there. Yeah, they all look good. Not going to bother that edge, because we don't particularly need more. No stress about it. Skip those. These look okay. I reckon that's kind of like it. That's all good. Gonna be missing power poles. Yeah, I reckon that's good. We'll just connect all these up. Probably don't have enough belt on me, but we'll see how it goes. So coal, okay, any more? Got a dump chest somewhere else, didn't I? Forgotten now. Oops. We'll find it later if there is one. Tidy it up. I've overdone it actually. I've got more than 8 full belts, it's pointless. That's, well, I guess we could put 2 inputs into a warehouse. Could do, yeah. We absolutely do not need that much coal, I'm sure of it. There's where we've run out of belt. This is a short run, so I'm going to send them round like I do. Join that one. What have we got here? 258. Which is 6.5 belts. It's good. We can just send it up there as 8, I don't mind. Kind of vaguely balance them down here and then send them up the edge around and into the warehouses up the top there. But we'll need to go get more belts to actually do it. Obviously. Just ghost some things in for now and then go grab some more shortly. So what have we got? Belt wise here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We can't combine the 2 on the left, that's more than 40. Okay. 6 there, yeah, it's going to be more obviously. 28, it's 53, so yeah, there's no easy way. We've got 9, we need to turn it into 8, could be 7. No easy way of doing it. Unless we just cut them down. That's 43, if I just take 3 away. Or even just don't. Yes. There we go. Then we can combine these 2 together. That's fine. Dead, dry, hairy tree is in the way. Alright. They're going to be not that close to the line, starting here. That'll do the first 4 balance to the next 4 balance. That might just be good enough for us. We can then do a swap over. So I can take 2 outputs from the right and 2 outputs from the left and swap them over, which will improve it, and then you could do it again to make it every line has touched every other line, in theory. Or we could go look up a balancer that's 8 to 8 in one block, but I'm kind of happy enough just doing half and half really. That's 120 and that's 130. It's close enough. So one goes there. It's all good for connecting them up to that point. Then belt goes up. Not entirely sure how far up though. What point are we going to want to turn? Let's head up there and find out, I guess. It's going to be a long beltway full of coal we don't actually want. If we ever need to tear it down in the future, that's going to be an absolute nightmare, so let's just do it and hope we don't have to. Because fiddling it around this corner, I mean, we could just not mine part of the field and then do it, which would probably be fine, but I don't know, we'll see. Maybe we'll find some very helpful use for coal in the future and actually use all this. Who knows? Now we should be able to go that far away, I'm pretty sure. Let's do that for now and I'll come back and change it if I'm completely wrong. This is where the station is. So warehouse goes there. Yep. Loaders to input on the left hand side. Throughput onto the wagons is like that, but we've got enough for a couple. Yeah, we will need more. That's okay. We know that's a bit short. Slow. That one goes into there, and so on. I'll do for that. We need to get this wired up and stuff. So combinator goes there, and that's settings. Then red signal we will attach to these warehouses. There we go, good. So tons more belt and more loaders if we got them is what we're after. And ideally I'll take my chest of junk back, but I'm not sure we will be able to fit it all. Where is it? There it is. Ah, we can, good. Where did I leave another? There, I left another chest of junk. We definitely won't fit all this back. Let's grab that on the next trip. Stone mostly, give it that into smelting up here if there's space for it. Oops. Didn't want to pick that up. There we go. Coal can actually go in these as well for cooking. Bunch of wood, we'll just make can go in here to make coke with. There we go. drills can go back where they live. Done enough of them for a bit. And then there's some junk and stuff there. I guess we don't really need that many inserters on us. Not sure why we did get that many. Still, they don't fit there, so oh well. Put some of them in here for now. We don't need that many of them, a little bit less. Pick them back up later when we need to. Some junk I can dump out. Fine with that. So belt is the main thing we need. Probably not that much, but I really don't know, so we'll take all of that. Then loaders. 17 of them. It's not great. Can we speed up gear wheels somehow? There must be some way of doing it. It's not the machine that's going slow, it is, we just need another machine. Yeah. Some down here in surplus, so we get them into that machine somehow. Oh yeah, we just join these up somehow actually. Why don't we set that to be near? Just run it into the back of it. Just scoop it to encourage it. Yeah, then they'll have some extra, I guess. If that doesn't cause problems for the earlier stuff that needs it. Shouldn't do. Should be fine. Still, it's not going to make much of a difference. 18's not enough to even finish off where we are, nor the one we didn't finish before, so you know, we're short, but okay, we'll live. Let's build the other way round and then go pick up that junk chest on the end of the loop. Lots of belt. There, almost back to the drills. There's the balancers, so it's just on the edge of it. There we go. Coal will start flowing shortly. So we need to rename. Where are we? This is MN48. North coal. There we go. Good. No, another thing connected. Didn't necessarily want to put it on trains, but best solution we really have at the moment. Come up with some alternative solution in the future, perhaps. Still some belt in the middle here, not done. We didn't use all of it, but at least half. There we go, that's good. So I wonder how much power we're drawing through everything we've built so far. 0.5 gigawatt. It's good going. All just adds up, I suppose, is the deal. Yeah, 0.5 gigawatt's good. Quarter of what we're making, and making a lot. Although that's, you know, expandable. Obviously, we can just copy paste a whole other one if need be. Clear all this junk from that chest. Rare metals down here. Stone up here. It's kind of everything. Okay. Good going. Laura Hazel, hello, welcome in. Nice to see you.
Yes, I will follow you if you wish.
Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. Appreciate the support. Might leave some of this belt behind, actually. Trade it for more pipe work if we're going to be doing that kind of stuff. How am I doing? Not bad. Not bad at all. Thanks. Having a good day. And having fun, you know. Gradually building stuff here, bit by bit. What do we want? Maybe more tanks, definitely. More pipe. Get those pumps as well, just in case. How's the stream going? Pretty good, I think. Had a good time, you know, hanging out with people. Yeah, pretty much like usual, you know. Pump jacks, refineries, chemical plants. We made all those before, so they're around here somewhere. Sure. Towards the end, maybe. There's, yeah, refineries. How many are we going to need? Oh, we need to do the railroad first, of course. Didn't think about that. Forgot about that. That one's good. So yeah, head up here. Let's do the rail bit and then come back for the other stuff because I'm not going to be able to fit it all. I guess, yeah. How often do I stream? 5 days a week at the moment. It's like the schedule's up on the profile, so it's 2 PM GMT from Wednesday to Sunday. Typically do about 8 hours, you know, depending on how it's going or how I'm feeling, but typically 8 hours each stream, so doing like a 40-hour week. Which seems to be working okay. I was doing 6 days a week until recently, but cutting down an extra day is definitely worth it. Been better for me. Could I fit everything? I'll give it a go. What am I missing here? Pump jacks. Maybe some more rail. Take that. See if I can find pump jacks. Which game do I play most? Well, at the moment it would be Factorio, because I'm doing that 2 days a week. I've just finished a run in Anno 1800, which I was playing the same amount. So, like Anno 1800 and Factorio were the main two, doing the same amount. But yeah, I'm doing less anno now and more, well, the same amount of Factorio, so it's 16 hours a week, which is good. These mods we're using are particularly complicated and slow progress, so it does take a lot of hours to get anywhere. So we only pump jacks. I don't think we're making pump jacks anyway, so I'm going to need to make them by hand. So this is how many we need. 26, I make that. Where are they? There. More steel beams, steel gear wheels. It's 5, 10, 15, 16. 10 more to make. Track of it. More to make. Need more steel. 5 more to make. There we go. That'll be enough then. When they're all made, we'll leave that going while I go out and build the rail grid. By the time I've got all that built in, they should be finished. Yeah, I reckon we've got everything else we need. Pretty sure. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. We can always make a trip back. It is a long distance now for this one, but there you go. Right, we added that square. That means take away these signals. It's that much I remember. Ones. That while we're here. You do artwork for streamer. You're welcome to share it with me. I can't, promise more than that, but you can see, like in the profile bit, either like whatever works for you. Really, Twitter, my business email address is down there. If you want to send me stuff you've done in the past, then I'm happy to look at it. Absolutely. Oh, this is the one we need to fix. That's the one that just doesn't look right, like it's too long. The gap between them is different somehow. Further forward, like there. Oh no, then it just moves it up one. That's fine, can be there. I'll live with it. Discord. I don't use Discord for things like that at the moment. A bunch of rocks. Yeah. Should have enough space for that stone, we'll see. around them. Play nice, V. Happens often enough, you just have to kind of get used to it. Same message to everyone. You want to show me, but if I see the same thing I've seen everywhere else, that'll be the end of it. And that's fine, and if it's different, then it's worth knowing. But yeah. I've had at least, I would say 20 people come into stream and mention that they do artwork. All their art looks the same. And that is definitely not interesting in the slightest. Ooh, did we ran out of signals? Oh, and power poles. Okay, we'll need a trip back then. Sure. Request on Twitter. No problem, Nora. When I've finished streaming today, I will take a look at that. Enough of everything else. Probably just those things. Should have seen that coming, I guess, but never mind. Did I miss? No, didn't miss any signal changes. There's no other squares this far north. We're good. We're getting there. We need holes to actually power the oil up here, but we can put the pump jacks down and start taking a look at the layout and then make a trip back for more power poles and signals. That'll be good. Just let everything recharge here a second while we are connected. Flown past them. They're in among the rocks. Okay. Let's clear rocks out of the way then. And pump jacks. Okay. One more left for now, but sort them out in a bit. Only to do the same here we did in the other one. It's refine everything, make sure we've got enough water input and stuff like that. Crack everything to the maximum amount possible, just in case. Flare off sufficiently to keep everything flowing, which we didn't manage to do at the other one. It just needed too much. That's not enough flaring of petrol, it's backing up. But at that point, it's not such a big deal. If the petrol backs up, then there's nothing to be done. It's just backed up. When this flows out, it'll drain down again. But it would have been nice to add extra flares to make it work, so maybe we won't squish ourselves in a corner this time. We'll have sufficient flaring. Let's drag the power grid over. Even though we can't build it yet. work out what we're going to do with ones that don't align in a perfect square, and then pipe everything together. We'll probably head back for the poles and stuff before we actually do the refining and work out where that's going to be. If we compare the amount we're making here to what we did in the other square, then we'll have a vague idea of the footprint needed. Mondo come to protect as well. Okay, so this one is not powered yet. Happy with that being one off. That one is not. Go one off to the left, that's consistent. That's a different mess, we'll come back to that one. One off to the right on both of them is okay. Everyone else is powered, so just here. Can't just put a bigger power pole in. Can on those, but not on that one on the right. That's kind of pointless. Move it above so it covers them all, I guess that's the best we can really do. It's fine. Assembled the Avengers. Hey Aki. Welcome back again. We're not much further than last time, but there we go. We've got coal connected in now. That's built and done. In addition to everything we've done before, and tidied everything out of the way of that temporarily. Still a few things that aren't going particularly quick, but that's fine. It's to be expected. We're going to set up another set of petrochemical, so it's similar to the one down here. I mean, can I? What's that? That's 38 pump jacks. This time we're doing 26, so it's less. Not sure by how much. Brain not that quick, but there we go. Don't have enough oil. I'm just not sure if we've got enough space here to do all of the different elements. So here we're doing fuel, like way more than we need, but we're doing fuel. We're going to do advanced fuel. And then I was thinking maybe rocket fuel here, like the consistency of fuels are made in this square. We can't also do sulfur, plastic and lubricant here as well, I don't think. So yeah, I've decided we'll do another square for sulfur, plastic and then lubricant later. Should be okay. Sulfur, plastic, lubricant and steel barrels. Yeah, should be fine. But means redoing lots of refining, cracking, flaring and balancing and all of that again. I do see a problem with that actually. We need 4 spots, 4 stations, one to collect sulfur, one to collect plastic, one to collect lubricant in barrels and one to return the empty barrels. But this one's kind of blocked. This station is kind of blocked by the pump jacks. That's not ideal. We could, in theory, I suppose, have the empty barrels returned to the same station where the lubricant is loaded. That can be done. We could set it up so like the front 4 carriages have full ones and the back 4 have empties. Which I'm open to. Yeah, I'd be kind of happy with that. That's fine. Okay, so these are all going to be powered now. We need to get them into pipes. I had trouble with pipe throughput last time. I don't know the numbers, but we limited to somewhere around 7 pump jacks per pipeline, and that seemed okay. So I guess we do the same now. Unless anyone pops up and tells me exactly how many you can fit, but it doesn't really matter. 7 works, that's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. Awkward here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do that. These ones on the right. somehow. Did I set up Discord? I have. It exists. It works. I haven't advertised it yet because I want to kind of get the graphics updated so the icon is correct. Because I think if I make it, lots of people join it, and then I change the icon, people will lose it, is my worry. So I want to get that right before I tell people where it is. Although, you know, if you're clever, you'll find it. But it's not quite ready, but it's there, and it will be soon. You know, as soon as I find an artist who doesn't advertise in Twitch chats that I want to work with. Them connected. Let's do the next 7 are over here. I'd like to add that one to it. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do these. It's not ideal. I think they'd be better going down. Power pole there. Let's connect it to that one instead, I guess. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7 connected. Good. Six, and that's 2, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we'll do 6 and 6 down here. And this one will join them. Okay, so we've got 4 clusters, 4 pipelines to get into the storage tanks. Need to know where we're going to refine so I can put them on the correct edge towards that. Or I suppose, what's first? Yeah, refining is first. Which I guess I'd like to do down here heading this way. If we put the oil to the south, I'd be happy. That square, let's go one away, go this square. There's that one connected, that's nice and easy. Bring this one over. Go there. One away, but that'll connect. Okay. Then we've got this line. Where's the last one? Like up here, so we can pull from there. There we go. They're all plugged in. To there. Guess who gets to stay at home tonight? Was someone planning on not? Gonna be even more late because of it. Oh, damn. What's happened? I think this is right for him. We need to get water over here. Oof. Ooh, didn't think of that. You can just bring the water from up here. It'll work, at least temporarily. Could bring water from over there. Yes. Alongside the other stuff, which might be okay. Otherwise, yeah, we'll see. Supposed to deliver 3 guitars to the studio. You work with you. Ooh, and the string on the last nut broke. Damn. Okay. Extra work, yay. Now we came across this before. Can I just like make water out of nothing? I can already. I was thinking of downloading a mod that made me let me just dig a hole in the ground to make water, which felt just a bit too cheaty. Just a bit. We do have the option. Anything here to work from? No. So let's have oil. We want, let's just go with heavy oil. Through advanced oil, crude oil. Yeah, can't add that one. Never mind. Why can't I see 6 AM? Damn. Cap, hello, welcome in. Water well. Yes, I did. I found a couple of different mods. All of them licensed okay to use. I could have done it, but I didn't want to in the end. After I looked at it, I was kind of like, that's a bit too simple, a bit too easy. I don't necessarily have a problem with running water from the holes that exist. It's okay, but the thing that pushed me over is there's already a mod, there's already part of this mod that creates water, but I don't think it's suitable in this situation. So what are we making here? 26, and I think we said something like 40 per second each. So we're making 1,040 crude. Yeah. Per second. Sorry, 1,040 per second. 62,400. So a little bit more than that. Roughly that much. So we need this much water to match this much oil that we've got. The recipe to do that, so you can pump it out of the ground with half of an offshore pump. I'm okay with that. We can run long lines. I've accepted that. The alternative is to condense it from thin air in an atmospheric condenser, which we would need 116 condensers to make enough water. And that's, again, what pushed me to not download those mods and use them is we can do that. We are capable of doing that. It only use 50 megawatts. That's a crazy amount, but it's not a huge amount. And we've done stupid things already over here at stupid sizes, so I'm not against putting 116 atmospheric condensers in, but in this case we just don't need to. We'll run a line. Crazy that, yeah, condense in the middle of the desert, yeah. So shoot ice from orbit. You can actually. There is a method of doing it, like we could go to orbit where there is water ice, we could mine this and then use a delivery cannon to shoot it back to Earth and then melt it for water. Like, it can be done, I guess. It's not a crazy idea. I mean, it's no more crazy than building 116 condensers. You know, same kind of deal. Make it rain. But, yeah, unnecessary in this case. We can either run from the north. What's putting me off from running the water from the north is it had probably come through that uranium, which we don't want to do. So perhaps we get it out of these pools we left over here, run it alongside the other one. In fact, we could probably share the water with this greenhouses. They won't be using like a fraction. We could just keep bringing that further up here. That'll probably work. Let's run it down the middle of this line. I need to turn this corner somehow. I can go in line top here, I guess. No, not a fan of that. Let's come down. In there is where I want to be. Do pump jacks need water in KS2? No, but oil processing does. So the pump jacks we've done, they're good, they're connected, they're going to come into this tank. We're now going to do refining in this gap, and the refining will need the crude in there and then some water there. So just like the next step is we need water to do refining, and you need it. We're going to do advanced oil refining, but even for the basic oil refining you need water in. I assume that's a KS2 thing. Ooh, missed one. Okay, if we're gonna share, we'll see how it goes, then we want to come down soon. Here. Nope, that's where the belt is. One further. Ah, that's where all those machines are now. Right, let's keep going then instead. Yeah, we'll keep going up to that. The next one. It's not a good spot to turn in. Be around here somewhere. Let's bring the water up and then line them up. Kind of want to come off the tank rather than. Don't know why. Doesn't really make a difference, I don't think. Let's not worry about it. If it doesn't work or something goes wrong, then I'll come back and we can run a second water line if this makes a mess. For now, that's giving us water, yeah, in the tank. It's fine, should be enough. We only need half a pump's worth, it's no big deal. We just need to go get more electrical poles and regular rail signals to finish off what we were doing up there, so we'll head back to base and grab them. Get rid of all this stone. And then carry on with finding, take some refineries up with us. Some chemical plants to get started with as well. is a long flight. I wonder if you do get a faster jetpack in the upgraded suits. Be nice. Want my stone anymore. There we go. Got rid of it all. Jetpack stack. Ooh. There's an idea. So you can add more jetpacks into your equipment slots. Yeah, 2x2. Okay. I'm very tempted to do that now. Although we kind of like don't have the space in the suit for it at the moment with the building we're doing from the Roboport. But that's very helpful to know. Thank you very much. Yeah, I wouldn't imagine it changes. Like if that's how it is in space exploration, that's probably how it is when you have both. It's Krastorio 2 is mostly about making things more expensive to make, or more complicated to make, rather than fundamentally changing anything, really. So, you know, if jetpacks behave one way in SE, they'd behave the same with both mods installed, I'm sure. In fact, I know they do, because I remember earlier, the jetpack mod is only modified by the space exploration mod, and not by K2, so yeah, it will be the same. That's good. It's very helpful. We will build more of those at some point, definitely. Okay, regular signals are up north somewhere. Power poles are down here somewhere. There they are. Should keep us going for a while. Forgotten already. Signals, they're up here, further up. Further up. Take some of them for future too. Model for jetpack looks different. That is interesting. I don't know if that's because I've got it in a thruster suit, not just the jetpack. But from what I remember before, when I just had the jetpack, it looked like this. The model looks different. Interesting. What have we got here? Refineries. So how many refineries are we going to need? A lot, but that's not a precise answer. Can I just do it through planner? So that's roughly how much crude oil we're making. This is roughly right. So yeah, 53 refineries. I might be happy with 52 actually. 52.1. We'll call that 52. But 52 doesn't divide into anything nice, does it? 13 fours. We'll deal with that in a second. 52 of them, so we'll take 6 stacks. Then, how am I going to work this out? We need another factory to work this out in. We want light oil. Using cracking from heavy. We want to crack 12,500 heavy oil. A little bit less than that. It's 12, so about that much. It's about 12.5, yeah. Misunderstood, thought it was the round thing in the middle. Ah, no. Same thing, and upgradable as well. Ooh, funky. Good, we're going to go really fast. I hope. When we've got bigger armour and better jetpacks, really good. That thing in the middle is energy absorber, so it lets me catch energy from Tesla coils in order to refill the batteries here, which is just helpful for keeping our robots charged. Like in terms of the space used, it gave us the most energy, like for free. So to crack down all of the heavy oil, we need 11 chemical plants. That's step 1, 11 of them. That's unique to Chaos 2. Interesting, okay. Yes, it is. Krastorio 2 item and then modified by space exploration, which might modify the recipe or the equipment it's usable in, probably. It's the modification SE makes to that, I'd guess. Allows it in the SE armour. And then the Tesla coil itself must be the same, I guess. I can find where that is. There it is. Yeah, K2 modified by SE. Interesting. Need another one. We're looking for petroleum. By cracking light. There we go. We're going to have 43,750 light from here, plus 9,400 from there. 53,150 light. Roughly there, close enough. 60 chemical plants. Okay. So that's refining in 52, cracking in 11, cracking in 60. And then flare stacks. I might come back and do that after. How does that compare to here? So that was 20 here is 11 in the next one. Makes sense. And 110 there, yeah. The numbers make sense to me. So we'd need fewer flare stacks as well. I mean, 74 there, which was not enough. Making another 80 might be okay. I don't think we're making them anywhere, so I need to like handcraft, which... What do we need? Green chips, steel beam, steel plate. Let's do some chips. Steel plates here. Some steel beams, some down this way from the rail. My inventory's full, sure. Just empty those temporarily while I make these. At least around 60, I should think, to be able to do it. Steel plate now. What's that up to? That's 20. Half of what I want. 35. Green chips a bit low. It's 40, and yeah, I need more green chips now as well. Some here. Steel plate. It's 50. A bit more. Green chips look crispy in the mod. Interesting. There's the icon. They got a bit. They've got two different icons, don't they? I guess one's made with wood, one made with stone. I expect the item looks the same. They look. Yeah, I see what you mean. There, I think that's 60. I think that's about enough. It'll do for now. Let's head back up. Let's take the stuff out of that chest that I temporarily put down because we need it. Now let's head back up and continue crafting or building the next oil processing area. Things are being made everywhere. It's going well. We've done a lot today, actually. I know we're hours in, but as I've said before, it does slow things down using these mods. I've got a lot done because what I'm trying to do is inherently slow, so it's even slower in vanilla probably, not being able to fly around. Okay, these need building in, so let's start down here. Start making some oil. Loop up here, get everything connected to the power. Right, so these are the Tesla coils. So you'll see them shooting me with electricity every now and then. It's just recharging my armor and the roboport in it. And then we've also got the same, so in the vehicle grid of our locomotives is an additional engine which makes them accelerate faster, and in order to provide the electricity for that speed boost, they have the energy absorber in as well, so as the trains go round these corners they get shot with electricity to speed them up. Okay, we've got poles there, we've got signals, so I think that's all good for what we were missing. So let this robot come home. can fill in the power poles missing around the pump jacks and stuff. Something similar, SC, but it's a late tech. Fair enough. Yeah. I'll reach that far after 150. Yeah, no, I wouldn't expect. I mean, 150 hours is a long time, of course, but yeah. I mean, we must be 100 hours in, at least. I can't really remember now. I can check, can't I? Save. Oh, no, we're not. Wow, surprises me. 51 hours in. Okay, I think we've achieved a lot more in 51 hours than I would have expected, really, but still a long way to go. We can see the whole research chain. You kind of go, yeah, that's going to take hundreds of hours for sure. I'm thinking like months and months of streaming, so that's how it goes. Very neat. Yes, that's how I make factories, I'm afraid. Very neat. Straight lines, lots of squares, that kind of stuff. This is the first time I've done trains on a square, though. So that's new. It's something I was interested in trying out. And mod gives a good opportunity to do it. But everything else is very much, yeah, like neat rows with neat poles in between and everything. Absolutely. My signature style. So what did we say? It was like 4 13s, right? 52. It's like 2 26s, 4 13s. Those are our only real options. We could do 4 6s and 4 7s, maybe. Well, no, if 13 will fit down, then I'd be open to doing 4 rows of 13. We had trouble getting enough pressure to feed these. What were these? 10? 10, yeah, but with the pump at the start it seemed okay. I reckon we can do 13 with a pump at the start. Give it a go. First row further forward. Yeah, could do a row there. Start over here, 1. That's not right. There. 4. 6, 8. Close one. We can fit 13 along without going too close to the rail. Some of the pipe work might need to come down this side, which it's okay. We did the same here. The pipe work came next to the rail. Didn't necessarily want it to, but yeah, okay, I'm happy with that. We're going to do advanced oil. Then we need gap between them, then the next row. So if I copy that row behind as well. 2. There we go. It's enough refineries, allegedly. Good. Okay, so let's get the pipe work started. We're not holding enough pipe to do it all. I think we'll have to stop back up again before we can finish, but we can at least get it laid out right. Food in, water in, Petrol out, light out. Heavy out. Down as well. Just don't need the undergrounds on the end. That should be good. We will probably have the same, or roughly the same, through or flow issues that we had on the other one, because it is less than the other one, but not quite, not significantly less, I don't think. So we needed 2 output pipes for the light oil, so we'll plan ahead for that this time, and 4 input pipes for the oil. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the end. So a separate offshoot for each row. Kind of nice if we could do a separate tank for each row, which isn't immediately possible. Add tanks to make it possible. So they'll come off each of these for oil. Water shouldn't be an issue. And then outputs, yeah, we'll combine. We'll have 2 pipes of light oil coming out of these rows, and 1 of heavy and 1 of petrol. Okay, let's get those pipes copied onto all the rows. Start plugging them into each other. That being the case, very nice to swap them over. Never mind. I need the pumps as well, so there's going to be a pump there. I need a bigger power pole. And that one's going to go into there. It's going to go there. There we go. Then the water. Got a spare. Oh, we can run there, can't it? I can run there then. One by me. There. To there and to there. Missed this one, but there we go. And that joins with that. Okay. We'll just pull off of here instead. Fine. Okay, so they're going to actually start refining. Cool. We don't have enough space, like lanes up this end, so we will need to do the outputs down the other end, which we did with the other one, like I said, and is fine, kind of. Can we get heavy to the outside? Light to the next one? No. No, we had this problem as well, where we can't do the corners without spreading these further, which I don't really want to do. have them like that. It's then the second light oil that becomes a problem. We'll deal with that when we get there. Starting to run out of pipe, as expected. Okay, that's them connected, and then, yeah, light oil. Really want to bring that to there, but not join that one to it. Move this one over, perhaps. And see how it goes. Yeah, we'd then have 2 light oils and one of the others coming up this end, and we'll get them into tanks and start cracking immediately in front of here, I suppose. Heading this way, expanding westward with cracking. Leave a gap for the flaring, so flaring here, then cracking. It's difficult because the output of the cracking needs to come back into the tanks. We'll see. Like, this was like too compact in the end. I didn't leave myself enough space to make it tidy, so we'll need to leave more gaps, do something a bit different. We'll work on that in a second. Just before we get there, I could do with a quick 5-minute break. We are now 6 hours into the stream, and Factorio with mods is always a brain pusher, so stretching my legs and resting the brain is always a good idea anyway, but I will take a quick 5 minutes to do that. If you've been lurking away and you haven't already, do consider clicking the follow button, show some support, and come join us in the future for more Factorio streams, among other things. Plenty of other games on offer. Schedule's there in the profile, you can see what we're up to at the moment. I'll be 5 minutes, and then we'll carry on sorting out the oil processing here with a view to getting sulfur and plastic onto the rail grid, hopefully before the end of today's stream. So a few minutes, I'll see you all shortly.
Yes, I will follow you if you wish.
Hello everybody, I am back from the break. Legs a bit more wobbly, that's good. Let's get back to all this pipe work. Valaxus, thank you very much for following while I was away. Appreciate that very much. Okay, so got space to have the storage and the flare towers, and be able to output to the cracking and input back from the cracking. It's not asking too much, I hope. We've got, what is it, 11 in the first tier of cracking and 60 in the next. Going to be similar to over here, 1 row for the first lot and then probably 6 rows of 10, maybe 5 rows of 12, something like that. Just, yeah, bigger gap. Think about how that's going to be. So storage tanks, if they were here, so that's heavy oil, then row of cracking there. Yeah, maybe a bit further north, perhaps. Then light oil here. Next rows of cracking, perhaps. Kind of like 5 rows of 12 as an idea. Then these ones. There. Which is okay. Makes it good for the flow of the cracking. From one into the other, from there into there. We need 2 lines out of there, 2 lines into there. Should be okay. We can have more tanks if we do need more inputs and outputs. Could lose a lot of space. The flaring then, I mean, could go in these gaps, like where I'm stood, or even a straight line back here maybe, or we just pump it to the other side of these buildings and flare it miles away, I guess, is an option. I think we'll fit the flaring in after. So last time we started with the flaring, didn't leave us enough space. I think this time we'll build the cracking in and then put the flaring wherever it works. Let's get these lined up then. So the first one is heavy oil, which is this side. Into there. Should it be pumped in? I think it should be, because that pulls it away from the machines. The pipes in front of the machine, so that they can accept more out of the machine quicker. These are going to go further down. And petrol there. That one into that tank, and that one into there, but with pumps. Yeah, we can. That needs to be underground so it doesn't merge. That's fine. Petrol's got some distance to go because of how much cracking is fitting in between. Pump there, pipe there, upgrade that power pole. All good. Cracking that one, no. That one. And that is the other one. There we go. Should be okay for it inputting them into there. Good. Power grid needs extending all over the place. Whoops. For once I remembered there's an undo feature. Might not need to go that far. Actually, how many was this first? 11? Yeah. 1, 2. That's probably too close, I think. In terms of juggling pipes around and stuff, let's leave a bigger gap actually. Start there. That's 11. So we'll cut that back a bit. With that row in the front should be there. That's good. That's, sorry, that cracking. Then, same deal here, let's move these over as well. That one, light oil to petrol. That, have I got that wrong? Because of the way I input these. Yeah, that's too close. Damn. Won't fit the inputs and the outputs when they're that close. Unless we separate them, which I don't want to do. So we need more space. Head further left. Have to get rid of these, all these damn rocks. Probably don't have inventory space for. Let's start dumping them on the edge here. And we need water for the cracking. Forgot that too. So we might want a second pump that isn't pulling away from the greenhouse at all. How much do we actually need? Yeah. A lot. 0.42, 0.13, so 0.55, 1.36. So we need 2 pumps just coming here, so we will need to add a second one, and we'll need to use the one that's going there. Fine. These tanks are going to move down. Because these need separating further apart. It's 1, 2. Let's do longer rows. What did I say? 60 of them? Yeah. It's like 3 20s. Which I'm not against, if we can ensure the fluid flows okay. What were these? These were 22s and they do fine. Well, they seem to do fine. Okay, so we could do 320s. Let's do that. Those are the 3 rows and they'll have 20 long. And the tanks will be here. It's 4 long, 6 long. 10 long. Right, yes. So we're doubling that. And that should hopefully work. Gonna need a lot more pipe when we go back. So try and clear through as much of the other things we've got on us as possible. To make space for more pipe. Okay, that's good. Might go get that pipe now actually, because we're doing a lot of piping now, and I prefer to see it. I don't like the ghosts as much as I like the real thing. Now poles here we can get done. Then yeah, I'm going to head back and get the pipe now. Mostly underground. Of some stone and coal, obviously, like always. The rail stuff we don't need at the moment, so we're working on the inside of the rail, not the square itself. Really need the belts and stuff, but we might soon. So I might get some more long-handed inserters. We'll see. And yeah, we'll keep all the fluid-related stuff. Sure. Start by dumping off the stone in the smelting. There we go, the coal can go there too. Rail stuff can go in the little chest where I keep the rail stuff. That's kind of it. Those refineries are not needed, we're built enough. But we can't fit any more there, sure. We'll scrap them then if we don't need them. Got enough in storage. They go there. I made 65 flare stacks. Oops. Overdid it. Never mind. Radar could go with whatever it's called. Rail stuff. Yeah, I'll keep the rest. We'll grab some long-handed inserters just in case. At some point, that's for sure. Then we've got enough tanks on me, so just the pipes. Take all of them, take all of them and some more. That should be enough, I hope. And yeah, radars can sit in there for a bit. Good. Back we go. Yeah. Maybe we should take trains to get there. I might try that at some point. A train might be faster than flying. It's possible. Although I tend to crash trains a lot. It's not necessarily a good idea. But it might be faster. Until we can get the additional jetpacks and upgraded armor and what have you. Could be. And we're playing until 10. Yes. 10 o'clock my time. Yeah. I think. Unless something happens in the next couple of hours. Good. You're gonna have a nap. Cool. Yeah, good idea. This stream will do. Thanks, Mondo. That's all working. That's all working. Hope you're going to make it back in time. You'll see. You'll make it back when you make it back. It's no big deal. No. You just make do. And when you get on and you're available, we can do the stuff together. And obviously the boring technical machine stuff until you do. What if you never come back? Oh my god. I don't want to live on Monkey Island without a monkey. Not going to do that. Lost in Warsaw Underground, yeah. Could happen, just saying. Is it like the Underground in the Metro series then? Even bigger risk. Okay, heavy oil, light oil, petrol, and we're not getting like a gummed up pipes, so the 2 might not have been necessary, but it's good. We'll not fiddle with that. And the inputs, so the last machine is not complaining about input shortage at all, so the inputs are good. What's a British word for metro? The tube is specifically the one in London, which I think is the only one in the country, at least the only one I'm aware of, but if there was one in another city, I don't think you'd call it the tube. Series of tubes, yeah, but you get in your tube and off you go. It's a lot of tubes, yeah. I can't even remember how many lines anymore. A lot. How are we going to get the water in? I'll worry about that in a bit. Let's connect them first. Is that right? No. They go underground. Your tube. Yep. A kind of tube. Surrounded by meat. That's incorrect. There. Like that, and then there, so I can copy that lot. Kind of. Copy that a bit better. Really enjoyed when the train was going in the overworld. The overground, yeah. Can't remember the line. There's a couple that go above ground when you get further out of a city. Oh yeah, can't remember. Which ones go where. I really don't go to London much at all. And don't want to be honest. I do quite like cities and city life. I've lived in a city before, but not London. Too big and expensive and all that. All good. I think that's all connected to itself, you know. So we'll copy that. Next rows. Same Warsaw, yeah. Shame, yeah. But, you know, it has advantages, obviously. Not all bad. But capital cities tend to be the most expensive and I don't know really, you know, dirtiest, worst traffic. And ever since they started giving better internet connections out in the country, I'm happy. I'm not happy like out in a village. Parents live in a village. It's no good for me. Even if they had good internet connection, it wouldn't be any good for me. But I'm like on the edge of a small town, which is just about okay. Rather be central in a reasonable town. Okay, inputs. Pump out of here into there. Need to expand power coverage for him. Yeah, live with your grandma in the mountains making cookies. Yeah, good idea. If we're doing 2 lines in, then for good measure, I kind of want 2 lines out of here as well. See how we can arrange that. Grandma makes great donuts. Ooh, okay. I'll come live there too then if we're getting donuts. Into there, so... we've not connected the 3rd line and I need to, but 2 lines into 3 doesn't work great. I just have 3 pull off here, but do we have enough connections for that? What else do we need? We need the input, or the output of this cracking to go in, this end. We need flaring to come off, and that might need 2 lines as well, so I'll leave it at 2. We just put this one into both of these. And hope that's okay. So 1 line for 2 of them, and the other line for the other one. Should be fine. From the looks of the input, I think it'll be okay. And then there's nowhere for the petrol to go into cracking, so that's fine. So let's get the output of this cracking sorted. It's running down there and then into there, I guess. Do we need to pump that in? Probably not. Probably not, in that... Oh. I like pumping it in because it pulls it out away from the machine, which lets the machine output more consistently. You'll has done in some situations in the past. We're pumping everything else, so why don't we? Power coverage is already there. Why not? And yeah, outputs of all of these as well. Which, if we're putting 2 lines in, oh no, we get less petrol out. Yeah, 53k light oil in, 35k out. So 1 output line is probably okay, I reckon. I'm not going to worry about it. Which we want to line up with this, I guess. Like I say, why don't we pump it in? Water, that's what we're missing. We need a second water line. Can we use 1 just for the cracking? So this is 0.71 plus 0.13, 0.84, so yeah. Can leave everything else how it is. We're just going to run a second line of water just for cracking. Fine. Where do we want to bring that in? Yeah, up here, kind of. Should be good. There. Yeah. And next to the other one, I guess. As far as we can. Still missing loaders, of course. Let's bear that in mind. Ooh. Stop running on railway tracks before we start switching trains on, or we're going to have accidents. Okay, that's where that one goes down, so we could just run the line next to it the whole way, which I'm, you know, in favour of in general. Or might run this, keep running it in the rail line, perhaps. Let's try that. Try to bring it down this direction. The other one further down? No. Further up. Where did that... Oh, it cuts across there. Okay. Let's get back up there then. Let's go to that side of it. Should have left a little gap, shouldn't I? Because you can't have the pumps right next to each other. Never mind. No big deal. Deal with that here. Can that go? No, can't go further up. Fine. We'll just run it like that. Okay, water flowing back. And relatively neat, you know, I'm happy with it. Good fork here. The other line didn't run through the greenhouses. But yeah, whatever. No big deal. Oh, you see there's no water in that pipe at the moment, so something must have gone wrong. Is here but not there, so that's better. Flow in here. Cuts up, and that tank has water in. Perfect. Need to get that in to all of these. Do we have a clear underground path here? Looks like it. Good. If these are going to need pumps, force it all the way to the machines at the end, maybe. Shouldn't do, you know, but the water pump that creates the water is very strong. Could make it to the last machines just fine. And they're on, we're cracking. So we need to set up the actual circuit network control of that. 3 deciders, some green wire, use that. So it's going there. Wire these up into the input and then the output to the pump. If the signal is greater than, what did we do on the other, 75,000? The green light. If you get a green light, then pump. Just check, can I see from map view what I set these to? So that is... no, I can't. Can I check from satellite view what I set those to? Yes, perfect. Crack if it's more than 25k, okay, and flare if it's more than 75. That makes sense. These are sequential, sure. Crack and then crack more. We can do that again. So crack if it's more than 25k. Same deals on them. Wire them up to the inputs. Output to that one, output to that one. Copy that. Green light means go. You can be the bigger one, crack if it's over 25k, and then the additional line, crack if it's over 50k. And there's no controls to be done down there, so that's fine. We good? Yes, other than we're completely backlogged on petrol and the system's shut down, but that's to be expected. So yeah, now we set up flaring then, so that we don't become backlogged on anything. We'll just flare off the excess volume of any fluid we end up with. We still need the output for the stuff we actually use, I guess. Hadn't thought of that. We'll take 2 lines off to flare. I've got nowhere else to come off them tanks for like the stuff we're actually going to make stuff with. It's mostly going to be petrol, which has spares. In fact, this location I don't think we're going to use light oil at all. Some heavy oil for lubricant, perhaps, or probably, which has got a spare output there. Yeah, I think we flare in this gap. I'm happy to do that. Small amount of each. The production ratio is 2 heavy to 7 light to 3 gas, so the flaring needs to be done at the same ratio. Every 2 flare stacks we make for heavy oil, we make 7 flare stacks for light oil, 3 for petroleum. So can I just... I need a pump to control what we flare, and then 6 of them would mean 21 here. I want to just move this pipeline out of the way. And, pull it in down here closer. There we go. No, let's try 21. There is a neater way we can do it here. For 18. 20. Do we call that close enough? I mean 21 if we use that, but that's going to be hard to connect to, so probably won't. Probably overkill, isn't it? How many did we do here? Because other than the petrol, it was okay. Oh, we did a lot. 10 on them, so we might need more. Do some out that side as well if we need to, I guess. See how it goes. At the moment we can only fit 2 there, that's no good. What's a flare? It's deletes what you put in it. So we're going to put in fluid and it's just going to delete it in exchange for creating pollution, but we've got pollution disabled, so nothing will happen. It's a bit of a shame, I guess, but there we go. Yeah, you input any fluid and it goes, which helps us balance here. So what we'll have is, if there's too much light oil, we get rid of it. And that prevents the refineries from stopping because there's too much light oil. It just keeps everything flowing. We'll keep creating enough of everything just for balancing it. Move this one over as well. Space for 4 there. Do that 6, I think that's kind of neat. Gonna have to be solid pipe the whole way, really. There's no gaps in there, and the pump there. It's fine. This will be a bit different. They can join, and then we'll go underground between them. Oh, that's too close to there, though. Unless one pump is enough and we can do it there. No, it's too close. Just have to hope that's enough, I guess. Pump isn't getting it far enough, even. Interesting. Shouldn't be struggling. Unless I guess it's competing with these ones. No. Should be competing with those ones. Why aren't they working? Receiving a signal of 96,000. It's outputting a green light. This is not pumping. Oh, this is stopped. That's why it's backed up. We need to flare off the petrol. Which, in theory, if we're doing 6 at the top, would be 9 for petrol. 2, 3, 4. Let's go with 10, I guess. Okay, we're going to need 3 more deciders. Probably. Oh no, got enough wire. That's fine. Some anyway. so same kind of deal. If the amount of heavy oil goes over 75,000, which is, so these 4 tanks is 100,000. So if we get 75% full, then we start destroying it in order to stop it from filling up. If it goes quick enough, it'll stop it from filling up. Not sure it's going to, but again, we can squeeze some more in here and there if we need to. Otherwise, we might just deal with it. It'll keep it moving regardless. Even if it's not fast enough to flare everything, it'll keep it moving. Just an inefficient rate. Same deal here. These need wiring together. And equals go. $75,000. Okay. They are currently flaring off petrol because this is almost full. Take a bit of time for everything to kind of flush through a bit, but we should be able to see whether we got enough pretty quick, whether these tanks maintain 25,000 or drop. Like these have already dropped very quickly, which is good. It's good. It's cracking it all fast enough to not be a problem, provided the output from the cracking doesn't get blocked. So, like, flaring the petrol is the most important, I guess, when it becomes excessive. It doesn't seem to be doing it very well, so I'm gonna add a couple more. It's okay. There's gaps in the tanks. The movement between, like, tank to tank isn't super fast, so it's not ideal. We'll live. That's why it's good to have input onto different tanks, I guess. Like this on this tank and that on that tank, but it would be better perhaps to output to the flaring from the tank where the excess is being put in, like where the bit coming off the cracking that's creating a lot. Take that directly. In any case, we're actually going to use this petrol, which will clear it down faster than trying to destroy it. If we actually make something with it, would be best. Still, that's good going. Got all that petrol, that oil being processed. What I didn't notice is I've blocked this train station. Damn, that's a problem. Yeah, we're going to need to move part of this at some point. Not necessarily now, right now, but for everything we're planning on doing in this square, we need access to this train station. So we'll probably just have to move the petrol tanks around the corner. Why don't we do that? Probably best to just get it done and before we start building more off the back of it all. It's not quite right. They'll be up here instead. And then they'll be up here. Quicker way of doing this, isn't there? Silly me. If I cut what's here and to paste it there. For whatever reason that didn't cut, I just copied. But, okay. So that's that input, which is still kind of in the way actually. Need to move that, I want to move that. Put it here. Yeah. There, then from there to there. That one coming from the cracking can go in next to it. Good, which means that pump is no longer relevant, but this is still configured properly. Yeah, good. That's good. Should free up enough space there. We got actually got a warehouse to check with. The warehouse fits between these power poles, so we need to put one there where that pipe is. Okay. So I want to cut that over earlier. Bit messy, but whatever. Not bad. Yeah, that's good. So yeah, there'll be one there and leftwards, and then the locomotives are there, so they're not a problem at all. Good. There's that problem avoided. Now we want to look at what we're actually going to make using all of this. I just need to know, keep a record of how much petrol we're making or can make, which is actually going to be not very obvious. So the refining is making 43 light, no, 18,750 petrol, and this cracking is making 35,500, but this cracking includes taking away the heavy oil. Some of that will be used to make lubricant, unless it's not. We could set up lubricant production somewhere else. That's always an option. Hi, Eki. Nice to see you again. Which I kind of like that idea. Really. Well, I mean, we've got the space to do it here, so really we ought to do it here, I guess. But don't know. Oil is ready. We're ready to start making sulfur and plastic. And we'll leave lubricant for later and worry about that later. So let's just work on the numbers we've got in our face and do that. So 18,750 plus 35,500. We've got 54,250 petrol available to use. We want to make sulfur and plastic using this stuff. How much of each is the key question here. I add both of them in and then tell it to make the petrol in any way, I guess. So 10,000 sulfur and 1,000 plastic would require 373,333 light oil. No, that's what I'm looking at. 160,000 petrol, which is like, yeah, triple what we've got. I want to know the ratio of how much sulfur to how much plastic we currently used for a vague indication. It could be that in the future you use way more sulfur and this number will be completely wrong, but it's at least something to start with. Other than creating enough capacity to produce, to turn all of the petrol into sulfur and all of the petrol into plastic and then controlling the flow, I'd rather just take a stab at it. So we've used 300,000 sulfur to 200,000 plastic. That's a good ratio, 3 to 2. Sure, we'll work with that. If we had 3,000 and 2,000, what does that look like? That looks like 65,000 petrol, and we've got 55,000 available, so we need less than that. Maths not being a strong point. 2,700 to 1,800. What planning is this? You can't easily get Factory Planner to work around liquids, especially oil. It's weird. It's, you know, it's just a stab in the dark, really. Probably the best option would be you turn all of your petrol production into both, and then based on how much you've output of one, like slow that down and speed the other one up and stuff like that. But I don't really want to do that, so I'm not gonna. What's that leave us at? 58,500. Very close. Very close. So 550 to 1,700. 55,250. That's 1,000 too much, but that is close enough. Especially if we round down. Let's round down. 21 and 14 chemical plants. We'll go with that. Planner is useful. It is useful. Very useful. Yeah. It's more useful for like physical goods, where you can get all the information together and plan it in specific ways. Absolutely. But just for doing the maths, doing the numbers and everything like that, it's so helpful to have. Like in game. You can get it out of game as well. But being able to just like click around with numbers here is so easy. The problem with Liquid is that you've got a recipe that outputs 3 things, and maybe I just don't know the buttons, but controlling them is awkward. So it's telling us, for example, here, if I say I want heavy oil, it tells us the byproducts of light oil and petrol. How we use byproducts to actually create something is never really worked for me, so that's why I've got cracking as a separate, like, factory, sub-factory on the left, rather than putting the cracking into here and then saying, like if I say as well as heavy oil I also want light oil in some amount, I don't get it, basically. I don't know, that's fine. Sorry, if I want, say 45,000 light oil, something about it doesn't make sense to me. I can't remember exactly, but the numbers never looked great or made sense in like what do I actually do. In this case, if I want heavy oil and light oil, yeah, I end up with a surplus of heavy oil, I guess. Don't know what it was. You can't use multiple recipes is one thing, so you can't say I want to make light oil from both refining and cracking like on one screen. I don't know. It's a bit fiddly. It's probably just about like me not knowing how to use it, if I had to guess. But still, it does a lot better with the physical goods, and it does a very good job of that for sure. Yeah, so this is good. We don't need that. Need to know. I know the petrol's good. We need to know the water, but that's, yeah, it's going to need like another pump. It could pull off the one that's going into refining, I think. Probably, but I think it's probably safer to get another pump. Third one. It's not going to be fun, but there we go. We'll do that. We'll bring another pump of water over to make the sulphur, and then we need to deliver coal here to make the plastic. It's going to be fun to set up. Which one do we do first? Let's do sulphur down here. Ooh. Or we need to plan logistically what we're going to do. So if we're going to deliver coal on the left, feed it in and take plastic away on the bottom, then we probably want to do sulphur at the top and take it to the east station. I like that idea. Except we can't we? Because I blocked the east station with pump jacks. Yeah. So we can only use the north station, which is a long way to go with a belt of sulphur. We will deliver coal in the north, take plastic from the west, and take sulphur from the south. So let's do sulphur first. 21 chemical plants. I didn't bring any chemical plants. Nope. I didn't bring any more than the ones used for cracking. Let's head back for a resupply run. top up on some things. How are we doing? Probably good for underground pipe, but regular pipe would be good to grab. And chemical plants. And that'll probably do for now. More belt, but we might need to just make a second trip for the belt. See how it goes. Still don't get how I don't drink coffee. I just don't, it doesn't seem to help. I've tried, not necessarily coffee, because getting the flavour right on that is hard, but caffeinated drinks. I end up more tired. So we'd like streaming for 8 hours, it would be pointless. Just be drinking non-stop, and then as soon as I'm done, like, I wouldn't be able to wake up the next day. It's not that it gives energy, it steals energy from the future. Whereas eating sugar is a better option, because it gives you energy now. And then, like, eating carbs is good because it gives you energy in a couple of hours. A while. That's mostly what I do. Is eat lots of sugar. Why no coffee? It's so difficult to get one that tastes good. Or that you enjoy the taste of. Not you, me, that I enjoy the taste of. Maybe I'm just picky, but I've said before how, like, when other people make coffee they just burn it all the time, and that's disgusting. Like, really bitter and unpleasant. Well-made coffee is delicious, absolutely. But not every bean I like, so... Maybe it's me, maybe it's my fault. Say some regular pipe. Some... Yeah, more belt will be needed. We also need 24 warehouses. As many loaders as we can take. Every type of coffee, the cheap machines. Ugh. It's not even coffee. It's just water with dust in it. Take more belt, then yeah, I don't know what else we need really. Chemical plants, I know that. Let's just take that first. We will make another trip. You know, for whatever. Chemical plants and loaders. How many chemical plants do I need? 21 at 14, 35. 40 up there. Whatever loaders we've got available. Sugar and milk, it's tasty. Well, why don't you just drink sugar and milk? You know, be the same experience. Sugar, milk, and caffeine tablet. Never took a caffeine tablet. They come in different strengths, obviously. Like, you can get a tablet that just gives you the same amount of caffeine that a cup of coffee would. You know, better or worse. What is it? I mean, you just buy it where you'd get your paracetamol, basically. Same as any other regular medication. All it has is caffeine and sugar in it. That's it. Over here, let's go to a store and ask for coffee and a pill. Well, yeah, it doesn't, you know, it doesn't taste like coffee at all, obviously, but just a pill that gives you caffeine and, yeah, a binder or whatever it is, you know, corn powder. Take it and it gives you caffeine. It's commonly bought by students, at least, you know, in the UK, it's common that students will take them. Okay, sulfur. Have I tried? No, not myself. Like I say, caffeine doesn't really agree with me. It doesn't help me at all. Never has. This is a good orientation for it, I think. Happy with that. 20, 21. In a line or it's 21. I think we will do them the other way around. In that they then need to come down and be split between these. So doing that from down instead of across, I think will be easier. So leave a gap and then start here. So we can get the petrol out and into it. So we'll go there. $12, 16, 21. Yep. Okay, sulfur. Interesting. It's probably better than bad coffee. But nowhere near as good as good coffee, definitely. About 3 coffees a day it's not a huge amount, but yeah, if your stomach's upset by that, then yeah, definitely try and reduce it. You know, try tea, which is also disgusting, but you know, gentler on your system. Don't know why I'm doing all these by hand. We can use the robots. Sort that out of this end and then. Tea. It's just as bad. Actually, tea is generally better because you can't burn it. You can't make it wrong. You can make it weak, which is, you know, like drinking hot water. It's not so bad. You can't make it bad, like wrong. Still, you know, most people won't drink tea. They'll have tea with milk, sugar, honey, this, that, the other thing, you know. Why not just drink those things? Why add the tea to it? Is it really that good? There's different teas as well, you know, I'm talking about like black tea. You got like green teas and flavoured stuff, but I can see the appeal to that. It's like a flavoured drink, not really tea. It's criteria for tea that works for food. I'll eat anything. I'll eat anything at all. You can obviously prepare food badly, obviously, and that is disgusting, but yeah, I'm not fussy at eating at all. So I'm going to pump the petrol out into the sulfur production because if we're pumping out to flare or anything else, it'll be competing. And I don't want the flaring to win over the production if it ends up in that kind of situation. Should be fine, but I want to pump it out in this direction. We need to run that water line now. Into there would be okay. Fine tea, heavily, everything. Yeah, it's not. I don't know. Doesn't taste nice. Doesn't taste of anything really. Just leaves. Don't want to run any pipes through the train station, I guess, unless we get it through the gap there. Do that. Then we're going to have a third line which won't really fit between them, so we're going to fit it between these, I guess. Run it. We can run it alongside the other one. I'm still open to that. Rather than running off to a different pool of water or something, I mean. Good coffee to speak of. Where do you get it? Well, a good coffee shop, you know, a shop that specialises in making coffee, with staff who have tried it and understand it and buy from special farms that are not bulk producing. You can get something that tastes nice and is well made, which is the main problem. If you go to like your Starbucks, for example, chances of getting served by someone who can make good coffee is pretty slim. Whereas like an independent coffee shop, I've had 1 or 2 good cups of coffee before. And I don't think the beans were like that special. They were, you know, nicer than the bulk chemical stuff, but not amazing or anything. Can't go around the corner because of that. So I'm gonna... I don't know what I'm gonna do. There's a gap here because of where the other one routes, so we'll come down here, see how that goes. Touche with the Starbucks. It's obviously a lot of people, I don't know the majority or not, but a lot of people who buy a drink from Starbucks aren't actually getting coffee. Like, they're not trying to get coffee. I mean, it's got some coffee in it, but it's mostly milk and sugar and cream and ice cubes and whatever else, you know, and flavour syrups, which, yeah, great. Like, that all sounds delicious. But it's not coffee, you know, it's not a coffee. So that, in that case, we're talking about something different. A bomb for health, yeah. Not healthy, definitely. But tasty. Sugar with a bit of coffee, exactly, yeah. Which is fine, like, whatever. I'm not... That's more like the kind of stuff I would drink, but if I was going to drink that stuff, I wouldn't put coffee in it, like any coffee in it. Can we fit... Yeah, space there, good. I'd just drink a cup of sugar. Or, you know, milkshake. You know, that's a good option. That's like flavour syrup, sugar, milk, or cream. That's a good drink. Or really, you know, my favourite treat would be like a fruit smoothie, because that's like, fruit is very sugary, so you get lots of sugar, and fruit is healthy, I guess. Sometimes. I'm going to connect that to that pump, I guess, and then we'll connect this to somewhere else. Add a pump down there and use that one. That's where it would go. There we go. Use a bigger pole there to power them. Ooh, we can. Perfect. Good. There's 3 pumps and 3 lines, and it's all connected. It's not particularly neat, but it's fine for now. Milkshake with a little coffee. Ugh. Why? Milkshake with a caffeine pill if you need it. Okay, water is there, good. So sulfur is made, perfect. Making a product. to start cutting sugar. Well, you know, you need to cut everything, don't you? You can't have too much of anything. Everything in balance is what you need. Sugar is good for you, very good for you. In balance. And same as anything else. Okay, yes, we're going to alternate near, far, near, far. Assuming this is just a belt of sulfur or less. It's not going to be a whole belt. Ooh, it's 1.5 belts of sulfur that we're making. Interesting. Okay. I was wrong. 1.5. So if 21 make 1.5 belts, 14 make a belt. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 14. If I'd seen that in advance, I might have laid this out differently, but no big deal. What I'm going to do is take this lot and put it on a second belt. Drinking 2 litres of cola and chocolate every day, yeah. But too much, yeah. But those things are unhealthy because of other ingredients as well. The sugar, that amount of sugar is bad, but other ingredients are also bad that are included in there. Carbonated water, for example, is not great. I like it a lot. I drink a lot of it, but you know. Do I drink fizzy drinks? Yeah. Cola and like orange flavoured things. A lot. And other nice stuff. Love a nice iron brew. Taking those 2 away so we have access to the warehouse, but I don't need to, I suppose, because I said left edge, didn't I? Well, we can keep them then. We can keep them. I don't know, you know, overlaps a bit, but that's fine. Station part of it might actually have enough to do it on this one, but probably not all 3 stations we need to do. So we need to split 1.5 lines into 8, which is, you know, really it's 2 lines that we're talking about there. So we'll split that somehow. Down here, I guess. Take one line into there and the other into there. How many hours do I sleep each night? Let's think. So 11 typically. About 9 hours usually. Around that, you know, somewhere between 8 and 10. Yeah. All good there. Does leave us little space to move around, but can we still fit 1, 2, 3, 4? Just about. That's all good. Yeah, I'm a sleepy person. And I get a good, you know, if once I fall asleep, I sleep well. But, you know, like everyone, I wake up, I'm exhausted straight away. Like, I don't get a good 9 hours of rest that makes me wake up full of energy and excitement. No, you know, I'm always tired, even with 9 hours of sleep. 6 or 7. 6 or 7's enough, you know, to be feeling healthy. More would always be nice. You know, I'd like 24 hours of sleep, but that's not how it works, so you have to get up at some point. Okay, there's sulfur. There's sulfur connected. We just need to do the actual like configuration of the station, of course. So it's ready for the LTN network to collect from. No, about polyphase, yes. Cool. I used to know someone who did it. I can't remember who now. Old roommate, maybe? Not roommate, like a housemate. Or someone, yeah. Or at least tried it, and it was successful. You know, they were getting enough sleep. It was working. They were getting a lot of work done when they woke up in the middle times and stuff like that. Was all good. It's just it's very antisocial, you know. There's no one else is doing it, then there's no one else around. Everyone else, like in the house or this was a university, so friends and all that were doing everything when they were asleep, and they missed out on everything. So not like a great situation, but sleep was fine. Okay, we've got everything looking pretty good here, and sulfur connected. Let's move on to plastic. I don't want to do it down here and then ship it around. We're going to belt coal all the way down from the north and then belt plastic out to the west. But the petrol is here, and rather than pumping that any further, we can just do the production here. Leave a bit of a gap. There is a bit close because of where those belts run, so I reckon there to start, and we need 14. What is that in terms of output? So that's a belt out we're going to have. Just, yeah, you know, not a lot. Just less than a belt, actually. Hope it's enough to do everything we want. I mean, it is more than we're currently making, right? In which case it should be enough for what we currently want to do. Where is plastic? Yeah, we've got 4 machines doing it at the moment, so it's a lot more than that. Good. Recipe down. So we need to feed coal and petrol in. Got the petrol first. I guess we can just pull off this line. It's already being pumped out, so why don't we drag this down. Connected there too. Then yeah, inputs for coal at the back. I like to do like that on the corners. Outputs for plastic at the front. Same alternating near far, near far. And the belt's going to go that way. Don't know actually, we can just... Yeah, we'll do like straight lines because we're going to have the coal coming down in a straight line, so we might as well just go up next to it and then across where we need to, and we'll run the power poles out in that direction, whatever. Yeah, probably going to need more belt. Might have enough actually, 2,000 could be enough to do the whole journey. Take, like I say, power poles with us, so that's the arrangement. going until we reach the other side of this square. Long journey. With a lot of rocks and trees in the way. I should mark them out first. We drag a box this wide all the way up. Not so bad soon. We can, in fact, do a bigger copy paste. It'll work. It's just one. What's the input here? Half a belt of coal, that's fine. Cut that back a little, then warehouses go in here as well. Oh, did I name that properly? What is this? We're in L52, South Sulphur, and we're currently working on L52 North, which we don't put the product in because it's a delivery station, not a collection. It's the vague logic at the moment. This needs left corner outputs. I don't have enough loaders to do them all, so at least for now let's put one on every warehouse so it can function reasonably. Then we'll ghost the rest of them. Damn, don't have enough to... they will do it properly when they get put in. Okay, that's fine then. Or even can copy that, then the ghosts all look right. Lot more loaders, as we've been saying all day. Okay, so I want to bring all 8 together into one, which is, you know, pretty easy actually, relatively. We can do 2 sets of 4 into one. Yeah, and then like that. Do we have enough space there for that? Ooh. We do not. Okay. What can we do differently? Do it over here, I guess. Don't need to waste so much belt then. Like, somehow. Why don't we do it to all of them actually, thinking about it. Do some kind of pattern like that. To begin with. Then join them to there. Oh, we could do this kind of thing, add them on. Sure. Works, doesn't it? Bit ugly, but it connects it all together and then down we go. Good. We need to configure this as a station for LTN. So, a bit more red wire probably. Constant combinator. decider. Constant. Did I click the wrong one? Probably clicked the wrong one. This is a requester. So I need to add the signal. Ooh, are we ready to? I mean, why not? Just, if I actually request the coal here, we need to stop walking on train lines. So when we're working out how much to request, you have to bear in mind that if it's going to pick up anything, it's probably going to fill with a full load, because it will wait there for 2 minutes or for inactivity, and that's enough time to do a full load generally everywhere. So if we ask for 1, we're going to get a full load, which is like 32,000 if they stack to 100, isn't it? Check that. It's 100 by 8 wagons, 40 stock. Yeah, 32,000 if they stack to 100. So 16,000 coal. If we ask for 1, we get 16,000. If we ask for 16,000 and it delivers 15,999, it will go and get another 16,000. So, yeah. If we don't need more than 16,000 in the time it takes it to get there and back, which is significant, it's down here to up here, all the way down there to all the way up there. But we're not going to use 16,000 in that time. We're using 850 per minute. So we've got like 20 minutes to make that journey. Because we don't need more than that, I think the request is for 1 is the right thing to do. And then the only time it will go and get more is if it didn't deliver any in the first place. So we set this to -1, set the request, and that will create a delivery now. It's going to start with those trains that we've got sat there, which is great. Perfect. They've got the fuel. They've got it set up so they can get more fuel. It's perfect. Now the output. It's going to come up, and I guess I want to add another layer of power poles in front of it. Just need to work out where to stop and make the turn. Just towards the front. Why don't we work from the front of the station? Oh, which we've already shot past. Okay, it's not that far. Good. This is where the first warehouse is going to be. Could put those in. In line with that one would be a good place to turn, I guess. Well, as good as anywhere. There's that. Yeah, we're going to go to there. There'll be some stuff to split it around, I guess. But, so pole, gap, then the belt. Pole, gap, then the belt. So it's going to be there. That down a little, went a bit too far. Let's find out where that line is down here. Up we go. Get the tree out of the way. And over we go. We need to split this one down to 8 again, as we've been doing. That there, and then I guess we kind of do the reverse of what we did here. Don't really want to do that. Ooh, interesting. No coal in the back wagons. Also taking a long time to unload, obviously. No coal in the back wagons. Why? Did we run out of inserters? Of loaders? We did. Okay. No big deal then. We'll need more loaders to fix that. Yeesh. Maybe I'll leave the server running to make more loaders at some point between the next session. Maybe. Split it. If we split it later, then it... Yeah, why not? So... Split this one into 5. Like this. one. It's not ideal, but no, I don't like it actually. Split off of it 7 times? No. Maybe lining it up with this was not the right. We should have come earlier and done something different. No big deal. We're here now. That one's going in there. That one's going in there. That into there. Yeah, we could do that different, couldn't we? It's half in my brain. I've got the idea. We'll work it out. That one goes there. And then splits again. That one goes in there. We've got plastic arriving. The coal was delivered. The plastic is made. That feeds into there and that feeds into there. This one is then split as well. Like that. And then this one is running along. And we do like the same thing up here. There. I think so. Just feed that into that. Add the extra power poles behind it as well, just cuz. There we go. Square that off a bit. Yeah, sure. Good. Just need the loaders. We do need a bunch of them. And plastic will also be available. Wire this up and configure it. Not expecting another train to come anytime soon because we did provide enough coal for now, but we'll see. Actually, I suppose I've worked that out wrong. Let me return to that thought process after we've set this up. This one is set the same minimums and maximums that we're doing everywhere. Again, like I said at the start, I don't think these are necessary. Really, with the way we've got things set up and configured and everything. And this is a provider. There we go, that's good. The problem is when it's going to ask for more. So while I don't want to fill those warehouses up with coal, it doesn't hurt us to do it. Not going to fill them with anything else unless we need to rebuild, and then I get annoyed with the amount that's there. Obviously that's going to happen, whatever. The problem is that's the number when it goes to get more. So at the moment we're going to go to 0, and then it starts to get more. And in the time it takes to do that, if the belts run dry, then we have none until that delivery arrives. So we need more than one. Less than 16,000. 16? Yeah. So I don't want to ask for so much that we overfill by 16,000, but it's enough that they go and get more quickly. So if we're using 850 a minute, and we think that journey's going to take from here to here, all the way up here, and unload. No idea. A few minutes. Let's go with like 5. So 4 and a bit thousand. Round it up. Or round it down. Go with 4,000. Yeah, let's take a gamble at that. Let's go with 4,000. There. That's better. What is the signal at the moment? 7.6 thousand, so a long way to go. We actually need to use the plastic before anything will move again. And to do that we need more loaders and a use for the plastic. But still, other than getting those loaders in everywhere, plastic is available on the rail network and sulfur is available on the rail network. Silicon, stone, glass, brick, coal, copper plates and iron plates and steel plates are all available, so we're actually in a position to make stuff. Like make all the stuff we're currently making, all that technology tier up to like unlocking space and everything is now available. The only thing we can't do is the big electric motors that require lubricant. That's something we need to factor in. I'm inclined to make it not here because of how things have ended up, but also the difficulty in getting the heavy oil out of there really in some ways. So I'd like to set up another set of petrochemicals where we flare off all the petrol and light oil just immediately and nothing else with it, and just use the heavy to make lubricant and barrel it up and everything like that. So yes, we'll find another pack to do this. We could do it with the stuff here. We could use the heavy oil here, but it's not, it's not ideally laid out for that either. I'd rather focus on things that want light oil being done here. And yeah, we'll connect another one, whichever one. These ones down here, we won't need that much. So, I mean, there's a huge one there, right there, which we could connect. That'd be fine. And good. So yeah, we'll look at that when we've set up some of the other production chains and we get to the point where we need lubricant. Then we can set up lubricant somewhere else. For now, go clear out our inventory probably, but it's time to set up another rail grid to do some production in, and actually like bring these pieces together. Maybe set up some more trains. 2's not going to be enough, but could do that alongside it. Let's see how many loaders we've got ready. Get rid of all this junk in my inventory again. Grab the rail stuff and work out. Well, actually, I don't think we do need to. I think we've got a good empty square. Have we? No, that's depot. Here I'd like to get the rare metals because it's so close by. I don't think there's another good one for that. Yeah, we'll do rare metal smelting there, mining and smelting there. So yeah, we need to place out the one that I'm hovering over now. Really would be the good one. So we'll do that. Before I go, that needs renaming. Just noticed. What was it? It's L52 West Plastic. There we go. Yeah, we need the rail stuff. This grid here will do, and we'll set up the first production lines. Whatever, inserters, belts. Probably do it all. It's in the size of what we're doing on the belt at the moment, so all that logistical kit could go in there. And then maybe something like assembly machines, mining drills in there too. Depends on how many different ingredients is needed, how many different materials need to be delivered, how complicated that makes it, whether we want to split the complicated stuff elsewhere. So it just needs iron and copper plates. Dead easy, do that. Do that in that square. For now. Then yeah, when we're doing like the next tiers of belts, that'll probably need splitting out to different locations, as they need more and more different elements. Okay, well, we've got some stone, like always. Clicking one too many times and picking up the brick I don't want. Go. Bit of coal, get rid of that. What else we got going on? Bunch of rubbish to scrap. Let's do that. Those for now. We'll keep the flare stacks safe. Chemical plants we're making more of. Flare stacks can go in there for now. Wood, don't really need all of that at least. That'll do for now. Dodge that pipe away. They'll be full, so let's go in here, I guess. That's why we ran out of inserters there in this box. Those storage tanks just need a few, so we'll take a full stack. Full stacks of stuff in case we need it. And then, yeah, the stuff to make rail. So, more power poles. 4. We'll grab what's in the box. We'll need train stations making, because we used up all the ones we got. Where are they? In here. We need iron. 2, 3, 4, that'll do for now. Got enough radars for now. Nowhere near enough rail. Let's grab a bunch of that. Signals, that looks a little short. Another stack of each might be nice. And then I reckon we're good. This, of course, looks like enough. No, it doesn't. Oh, it does because we're overlapping with existing ones, so we won't need to build all of them. Stack of them, just in case. So, book. This is the one I want to build in. Landfill needed? No. No, it's all good. Okay, let's head out there and get it built. Do the one where we're touching the other squares while my brain can handle what needs to be done, so those signals come out. That one we don't build and that one comes out. Station on the way past, so it's not currently in use. One. Interesting how we build production in the square. Like if we need 4 different materials and they're delivered to the 4 corners of the map, of the square, 4 edges of the square, then bringing them together is going to take a whole bunch of belt all over the place. Don't know, going to be fun, I guess, to try something a bit different. Though I'll probably, in a very boring manner, just run them around the edge, put them all together and make a bus. We'll see. If we need more than 4 materials, it will definitely get interesting too. As we'll need an unloading station that can then filter, send things in different directions. Which can be done. They're using loaders, they permit filtering, so it's doable. Where is that signal that's incorrect? Further up? Maybe? Might not have been placed because it overlaps on the left side. Yeah. Would make sense. Half knife. Yeah, no, I think that's good. And then this edge is going to be signal fine because there isn't a square already above. Yep, fine. Let's build this out then. Miss anything like that pole? And be careful while building the rail as well, because as soon as we connect bits up, trains can and will use it. Be extra careful with where I'm walking, even when building. In this case, I don't think they would have any reason to come this way yet, but you know, I can't assume that the train's going to think like I would, so we should be careful. Trains are working in an automated fashion. Plastic is made through automated coal deliveries. It's good going. It's not really consuming enough of anything for it to matter yet. The trains are pretty much parked up all the time because we're not doing anything with the materials we've made. So the next square that we're going to build in, we're actually going to make stuff, and then trains will be moving. Is good. Not sure how much we can move and how fast. Still think we will return to technology and space in the next session. Like in the next 8 hours of gameplay. I can see it happening. Because, I mean, a lot of what we are moving, I could just cut and paste. What we've got here, cut and paste it up there, and it makes enough. And there's nothing we really need to add, because if there was, I'd already be making it. So, I don't know. Don't know what there is left to do down here. We go into space, what do we do there? The next level of science. So, we've done everything we can down here, which is, you know, the red, green, blue, yellow, typical stuff. We've done all that. The next stage of research requires the Space Science Pack, which is made in space. Using materials, including stuff you will find in space. So, that's why we need to go up there and build up there. Just to, you know, unlock more stuff. Level up to the next tier of logistics and automation and whatever. Go to other planets and get the other minerals that we don't have here, like immersite, whatever it's called. That are required for the next level of stuff, you know. Yeah, having built this massive, like, well-organised base down here, we're going to actually need to go and make an entire other base up on a platform somewhere in space. But we will not be doing a train grid up in space. we'll do it like a bus or something smaller, much smaller. Okay, let the robots come to sleep, but that's that train square ready to build in. Need to work out what we're going to do there, yeah. So, if we want to make the 3 different inserters, I made extra yellow ones thinking we would use them, but never did, so maybe just the 2 inserters. That requires iron, copper, and a bit of steel, sure, 3 materials, iron, copper, steel. Belt requires iron, just iron. Undergrounds need iron. Splitters need iron and copper. So we can do all that in the same square. You could, in theory, then also have pipe, underground pipe, those tanks. No, basic logistics items. The stuff on my hotbar. All pretty good. The drills, if we want to do them, we need rare metals, which we haven't set up the smelting of yet, so that's not really an option yet. The science cards we want to set back up again somewhere, so we could do them here. We could rebuild the science card production. I can't really remember what they need, but we can look at that in Factory Planner and just do all 6 in one square, maybe with filtered deliveries. It might not be the first square we do. Let's do logistical items in one square. They only need 3 materials. Pretty simple. Then in another square we can make rail stuff. Yes. Oh, we should move our meteor defense into a square too. What does that need again? That needs iron, copper, steel and sulfur. And brick. Yeah. Iron, copper, steel, brick and sulfur. So that will need a filtered in unloading as well. Which might be best to do that everywhere, thinking about it. Because I was thinking, like, we have 4 materials delivered, we have them delivered to different points. Makes it easy when we unload them, and then we bring them together to build from them. You could just unload everything at one point, and then create a bus that goes out from that point. Might be an idea. We could build belt in the southern half from deliveries in the south, and inserters in the top half using deliveries in the north. It's going to take some decisions, which I might not ever make, but we can try one approach out when we build in here. I think we will not start that today. We are 7 hours 56 minutes in, so we're not going to start building anything today, but we will start actual production of stuff at the beginning of the next session. Like I say, most of it could be copy pasting because we know the ratios are good and the production rates are okay in most things. We need to recreate, like I say, these logistical items, buildings that we're currently doing, that's all, and then recreate the science tech cards, which we're not currently doing but we have done in the past. We've got a big square up here, perfect spot for that, next door. We'll do all that in this area. I don't know how long that will take. If that takes 8 hours to set up, then it'll be all of the next session. If it takes less than 8 hours, then we're immediately on to progressing the technology and moving forward. That's the next session. Let's put a save in to keep all this safe. There we go, and let's wrap things up for the night with a very big thank you very much for joining me, everyone who's stopped by, everyone who's done a chat or a lurk or watching this on a video later, whatever's going on. Thank you for all of that. Thank you everyone who followed today during the stream, and everyone else who has followed at any point, thank you. That's very helpful, of course. Next Factorio stream is on Saturday, different day this week as requested. It works fine for me, so we'll be back on Saturday to continue with the things we've just discussed, things we're going to work on. And then my next stream is tomorrow, 2 PM GMT like usual. We're doing more Minecraft with Mondo when he's available. Time doesn't line up perfect tomorrow, so we'll do bits and pieces and get started like normal. Whatever, you know, it's a flexible day, so we'll have some fun with modded Minecraft tomorrow. That's the immediate plan. You're very welcome, Aki. Thank you for stopping by. Do appreciate it. Let's look who's around to raid tonight, if there's anyone, as we wrap up and head over somewhere for, I don't know, cooling down, chilling out, or what else is going on. Good number of people online, you know, that I follow. Not them, not them. What about Commander? Or if we've raided into Commander before. Really nice person. Mic can be a bit difficult to hear sometimes, but I do still enjoy chilling, real chill times with Commander. So let's spell it properly and go hang out with them for a bit. Yep, that's the right one. Just hang out. They're playing Elite Dangerous, which is an interesting game. You know, big, spacey stuff. You just go hang out with them for a while, and whatever else you're up to this evening, do have a good one. Have a good time, and we will hopefully see you again soon. Good night.